We got David Lefkowitz here. He's a Long Island arts guy. He's got his own radio show.
I want you all to really enjoy a wonderful program done by a fine artist.
A glorious thing of unparalleled beauty.
Dave's gone by. Dave is one of my very favorite broadcasters, so keep on listening to Mr. Dave.
Like two flamingos in a fruit fight. Every color of day, whirling around at night. I'm playing this music so the young girls will come out to meet the monster tonight. Tropical hot dog night. Like two flamingos in a fruit fight. I don't want to know about wrong or right. I don't want to know. I'm anywhere tonight. Tropical hot dog night. Like two flamingos in a fruit fight. Like stepping out of a triangle in the striped light. Striped light, striped light. Tropical hot dog night. Everything's wrong at the same time it's right. The truth has no patterns for me tonight. I'm playing this music so the young girls will come out to meet the monster tonight.
Well, there goes the neighborhood. Good morning, everybody, and hello and welcome on this warm to hot Saturday afternoon, the last Saturday in June. Joyce is already making faces behind my back, and she's talking to our guest in the neighborhood. We actually have a live guest on the Dave's Gone By radio program of the air today. It is June 25th, 2016. I'm Dave Lefkowitz, the host and producer of this mix of comedy, talk, music, interviews, and more. The giggle you hear is my wife's. Now, what were you telling? What? Weather. I love the weather. I love talking about the weather. That's a thing that I do. So let's test the mics, which I know one of them doesn't work on our recording device, but does work going out to you all in the hinterlands. So say hello, guest.
Hello, guest.
Good. Now, what mic are you on? Keep talking.
The yellow one.
The yellow. Yes.
I'm on the yellow mic.
That's doesn't help me on the board.
Do I need to move it closer?
What a great, actually, you can get a little closer to the mic. Okay. You have that great radio voice, though. His name is Brion Humphrey, and he is an author. He is also an educator. He teaches theater at the local high school. We got so much to talk about with Brion on the show. So Joyce and I will be talking with him. We'll also go inside Broadway for our usual look at the Rialto. We'll have Saturday Segues on the show, 2 of them, as a matter of fact. We're going to have our usual in the news segue, where I'm going to play a bunch of songs and you have to guess why I am bothering to play them. Not just that I'm mad, but the idea is something happened in the world and current events, and the song is somehow tied to that. And we're going to do a 90th birthday salute to Mel Brooks. Awesome. So happy birthday to him. And anything else we're going to do? Yay! And Greeley Crimes Old Times. So lots of fun. But I want to get started since we have our guest right here with us, Brion Humphrey. He's published a book called Sense Memory. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's the one. double sound effects there. A book called Sense Memory, and as I said, he's teaching at the local high school. He teaches theater. Plus, on top of all, this is almost my first question to you every time I see you. Okay, you write, you submit, because we both belong to the same writers group that meets once a month here in Greeley, Colorado. And so you submit the stuff that you're working on from your next novel or other pieces. You're also working on a play. Sure. You don't teach during the summer, but you teach theater arts during the 2 regular semesters, and you have to direct plays and musicals while you're doing that.
Right.
You have a wife.
Yes.
You have a 3-year-old kid?
A 3-year-old, yeah.
Yeah. And starting next week, you start doing your master's in theater ed here at UNC.
That's right.
When do you sleep?
We got to clap for that.
Well, I read somewhere that as long as you get about 3 to 4 hours of sleep a night, you don't go too crazy and you survive a little. So
do you live on 3 to 4?
No. I go to bed around midnight, so I get about 6 hours sleep a night, which is plenty for now.
It's not plenty. Our dogs wake us up now at like 5:45,
yeah.
And it's not enough. I find myself napping during the day now.
Yeah. Luckily, right now my wife is letting me sleep in.
Ooh.
And that means like 7:30, 8 o'clock. So
yes. But
thankful
even
for those
so,
wee hours.
Is every minute of your day stolen? Is it taken up? Is it gone?
It's hard to balance it. What I've found is my wife is very good with our son at keeping him to a routine, and so she does all of his nighttime routine, and as soon as she's working on that, that's my free time to get all of my work done at night. I also am now teaching an online intro to theater class at UNC, so that's in the mix as well, and that's one of those things that I have to do that between 10 o'clock and 11 o'clock at night in order to keep everything up to date.
Good God. I mean, it's just, do you wish you had less to do, or would the time just fill up anyway?
The time, well, it's interesting. When I have less to do, I do less, and I get lazy and I lay around and I don't accomplish anything. When I have no time at all is when I find a little extra time to do that extra project. So the hardest thing in my wheelhouse is saying no to things, and I'm starting to learn how to do that. But
well, what have you said no to? Because you came on this show, so you're obviously still saying yes to a lot of crap.
Well, I'm happy to be on this show.
Oh, sure, yeah.
You're your friend. You're his friend.
Yeah, I know we're friends.
You're his friend from the writing.
Plus I owe you anyway. So
that's right. That's right. Yeah, we don't have to get into that. But he had promised to help with while I was doing Miracle of Long John's in Greeley. And you were going to just help set up stuff.
Right.
And you forgot.
I flaked
busy.
on you like nobody's business.
He did kill it.
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
good. It was
Yeah.
Well, Brian and his lovely wife was she with you?
Yeah.
Came to see
In Boulder.
the show in Boulder. But you only saw half the show.
Yeah, that's right. We saw the second half.
Second half.
Yeah.
So
That's what we call the money-making portion of the show.
yes. It's like a money shot. It's more like
Oh, Lordy.
So it's a runny shot, I guess.
Oh,
So tell
boy.
our neighbors, so we can't say the puns, but one of our president of our HOA is a minister, and he loves to make puns, and he gave David puns based on the second half, none of which we can repeat in public.
Yeah, this is from not a priest, but
and other people kept texting him. What did they text you? Other names for the show and other kind of sound effects to include.
Yeah.
And
People get into it, you know.
So you need to do like an interactive version.
Oh no!
Only if I can provide
Suggestions from the audience.
Oh no!
Improv segment.
And then offer tetanus shots at the end of the
Yeah.
Just give people like those aprons or those. You know when you go on Niagara Falls, you get the poncho. You should just give them a poncho.
Oh God. I would love to do. Actually, I should do the show on like a double bill with puppetry of the penis. No, not me. It would be. That's a different. Other people did that one off Broadway like 10 years ago.
Or I think you could do with Menopause the musical.
That
I think
too,
it'd be a nice schedule.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
Good time. It would be a good time.
What did I see? What are the worst name for a store ever? Friends and I were up at in Golden last week at Red Rocks to see Bob Dylan, and we were just going through the town, and it was like there was a thrift store where the money was going to for good causes and stuff. But I think the name of the store was Cancer Thrift.
Oh, no.
Worst. Like, put cancer in the name of your store. Who is going to walk in? You know.
That's bad. My wife used to work at a place in Durango called the Nut Shack. And you can see where that's going. Somebody stole the H.
Nope.
So, who would frequent this establishment, and what did they sell, Brian?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where
Where-
was
it was
it?
bad.
Was it a...
They
It was,
lost an
I think,
entire.
I don't know for sure. When she talks about it, it sounds like it was kind of on the main strip in one of those little side mall areas.
So I think that-
snacks, or what do they sell? Like
Yeah,
snacks?
like nuts and well, there you go.
But they
and
lost
ice
their
cream.
entire clientele in a shooting at the Pulse nightclub, so it was horrible.
Oh boy.
No, but you know this story. That this is the greatest story ever. It was one of the things that literally kept me sane when I was commuting from Long Island to New York. Back when I was probably working for McCall's and
No.
Playboy. What? No. This is before. This is or do you remember this? We used to swing by. It was between
You used
like
to swing?
Sorry. Yeah, and then I married her, and yeah. There was a building between like Laurelton and Rosedale in Long Island. It was like borderline Long Island, Queens.
Yeah.
And it was a big building that sold fences. And it had big letters, huge letters, fences. And either it fell or someone removed it. But the N had gone off the building.
Oh no.
For years. And every day, I would look up from the book I was reading on the Long Island Railroad, and I have this moment of joy because we're passing the Feces building. And somewhere on an old camera or on an old stack of, I have a picture of the Feces building. It was like, and
It's got to be where you get your inspiration for your writing.
pretty much all of it. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I would look around at the people on the train, and I want to tell them, "You're missing this. You're all into your own horrible lives and your miseries, and yet we're passing a moment of zen here." We're here with Brion, with Brion Humphrey, the writer. So when did you find time? You wrote the book before you had the kid, right? You wrote
Yeah.
Sense Memory. Yeah. How did you actually? It's one thing to, as so many of us do, writers do. You write 3 chapters of a book. You get 40 pages into a play. You start something, or you do short pieces.
Can I ask him something first?
Yeah. What?
How did you get in that genre? Don't you find
Yeah.
it scary? Like,
Well,
don't
okay,
you
so-
get scared. That's
Well,
what I'm.
let's explain to the audience
explain
what your
your
genre is.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's interesting. It's kind of horror, kind of psycho thriller.
Yeah. No, seriously. Yeah.
Yeah, with a bent of supernatural kind of a thing. So when I was young, and my sister's visiting right now, and we were just talking about this last night, that because now I have a 3-year-old, and there are some things that ever so often he takes my phone and he wants to watch cartoons on it, and so it's either these like My Bonnie Lies Over the Ocean, or it's zombie Old MacDonald Had a Farm. And so when I see that, I have to like get it away from him, before he turns into me. And so my sister tells this story all the time about how when I was 3, my favorite movie was Beastmaster.
Good Lord!
Yeah.
What? At 3?
Yeah.
Who showed you that movie?
Well, I think I walked into the room once and it was on and nobody was in the room, and after that I wouldn't let them have the TV on unless Beastmaster was on. So it was Beastmaster or Star Wars. So that I kind of combined the
See,
two.
when I was 11 years old, my favorite movie was Breastmaster. Still is.
No, but that's very scary. You weren't scared as a child?
No,
Is
I
that
thought it was
Clive Barker?
awesome.
Which-
Just the
I don't know
fantasy
it.
concept
Yeah.
of Beastmaster.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's like sacrificing children and
Oh, cool.
He's 3.
Yeah, Rip Torn is in it, and he's super scary in that.
He's
movie.
always super scary.
Well, that's true.
It was one of his sober roles. No,
Yeah.
but,
Wow.
did you understand it, or was it just something amazing to watch?
I think it was all the visual, and it was the concept of destiny and not realizing who you are. And I think that's why I was attracted to Beastmaster and Star Wars, is because in both movies you have someone who thinks that they need to aspire to be something more. They have this special ability that nobody else has, that they don't even understand themselves until it sort of comes to fruition, and then they just annihilate the antagonist at the end. It's very much like Dark City. It's the same kind of There's just so many of these that tend to
But
be,
you
and
knew
then
this at 3? Like at the
Yeah.
3 years old, you comprehended the fact that somebody was
well,
fulfilling their true destiny.
I have no
I mean, that's
memory
pretty
of being
deep.
3, so I don't know if I figured that out until later. But I know that that's the type of story that I gravitate toward. And so, like, my favorite musical all growing up was Starlight Express, which, you know, every time I tell people that who are in the theater, that's their reaction. They go, "What are you talking about?" But it's the same thing.
He would have loved Warp.
So you have this sort of underdog train that believes in the Starlight Express, this magical being train, and is asking him for help, and then eventually by the end, to ruin it for all the kiddos out there, he actually is the Starlight Express, and when he finally realizes that, then he wins the race and wins the girl.
That's just Buddhism. That's not really.
That's right. I am the Starlight.
But it's sort of self-awareness.
It's enlightenment. That should be a word.
Do you
I just
ever-
coined that word.
Enlightenment?
Do you ever
Enlightenment.
scare yourself when you write it?
Yes.
I mean, or do
Yes.
you?
Oh, really?
Because if I
Yeah.
watch scary things at night, like I like mysteries and I like some dark stuff, and I had a trainer who wrote like a lot of the zombie scripts and stuff. Remember Rob? And I used to read them. I couldn't read them at night because I would dream of it. Do you dream of your? Because how do you shut that off?
I don't. I'm the biggest
Dave,
chicken
I'm gonna go now.
on the face.
No
I
kidding.
am a super scaredy cat. I'll be downstairs typing, and I have to keep going because I have to resolve something, or I feel like there are things around me, and then anytime that I go upstairs, if I'm by myself, I can't go upstairs without looking behind me, even though I know that there's nobody down there because I was the only one down there. Yeah, it freaks me out, but I think that helps, you know, because then it's kind of the concept of I am the general audience for a lot of books, and when I read things like Stephen King or Preston and Child or those types of books, I'm very easily pleased and easily amused and entertained, and so I know the things that scare me.
David. Look, honey, shiny object.
Oh, yeah.
And so if it scares me, then I go, okay, I'll put that in the book, and so I try to scare myself, and if I can scare myself, then I think it'll work in the book. For
I'm
general
writing
audience.
stuff, if I make myself laugh, if I'm reading it, I can't keep a straight face.
Yeah.
I still know it's not going to appeal to everybody. I know that people are going to turn off and will not be in my wheelhouse, but at least I will go, I know that's funny. I know that
But
works.
do you ever feel like it'll become real? Do you feel like you conjure up this kind of alternate universe? 'Cause
No.
It's pretty scary.
Although you know what I have noticed lately, being a new father, or well, within the last 3 years, is there are some things now that I can't write about that I used to be able to, because I'm almost afraid of putting that energy out there. So I don't want to write about kids being killed. And in Sense Memory, there's an 8-year-old or a 7-year-old that drinks Drano, and it's forced on her by the murderer when he's young, and I don't know that I could write that scene now without being very, very careful with it, just because, you know, I have it's the same thing when we go see movies, my wife and I, and there's a kid, like we just watched Jaws the other day, and when the kid gets eaten, you know, she was like almost ready to turn off the movie. And so it's the same kind of thing now with my writing, which it's almost a barrier, but it's also one of those things where I just kind of feel like I'm moving into a different area with it. And I don't
can't say that you believe in, or maybe you do. Do you believe in ghosts, zombies, the supernatural, ESP, any of the above?
That's tricky. I believe in...
Well, Sasquatch?
Sasquatch, I believe, yeah.
Yes, Bigfoot. We know Bigfoot.
Sure,
And Loch
sure.
Ness Monster. Loch,
She used to-
what's his,
Oh, yeah,
Lockie?
definitely Loch
She
Ness.
actually used to be your boss in the department, but, you know...
Sasquatch. I don't think so.
Well, I think I don't know that I fully would say yes, I believe that these things are out there. But what I do think is that energy is interesting, and that energy can be left behind. And there's a whole story that I was playing with, the idea of where traumatic, tragic events leave behind an imprint, and so sometimes people are attuned to that energy and can see that as they pass by, and they may interpret that as a ghost or
Well, I mean,
something
would
to
you
that
buy
effect.
like the Amityville Horror House when it was up on sale, kind of thing? Would you?
He doesn't
Well-
even have Tide Pods now. He's so safe. No Tide Pods, no chemicals. He's not going to live in that.
I'd buy it, but I wouldn't go in it. So there you go. you know?
Okay, yeah.
Well, let me ask, because I had my former trainer who wrote all those scripts, and they did it. Remember with the guy from Twisted Sister? He was in one of them.
Well, he was in the
and
packaging of it.
It was weird because he wrote about that stuff, and then all these like Twilight and the tween things, then they hit big. So I wonder, you did this before all of the stuff on TV. So did it bolster or help your work, or did you feel it was like a commercialization of the kind of theme, or how did you relate to the fact that you were first? You were writing kind of this similar things first.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think everything that I write comes from something that I've seen or read.
Okay.
And I challenge my students sometimes, because I'll find that I write something and I go, damn, that's cool, and that's, it's my idea and it's awesome, and then about 3 years later, I'm going through some of my old stuff and I find like a children's book where the same kind of thing happens, but I just took it and changed it a little bit and didn't realize what that influence was. So one of the things that I do with my kids with my students when I'm teaching creative writing is I challenge them to create something original that is not based on anything from prior knowledge.
Wow.
And they can't do it. Like I say, create a new monster. And I say, but it can't have anything from prior knowledge. So it can't have eyes, because we know that eyes exist. It can't have legs. It has to only have things that are purely original. And they all just sit there scratching their head going, I can't do that.
Yeah, right.
No, we know pipe cleaners.
No, but you can't even do that, because if it needs to see, seeing is a sense that we already have. I mean,
but why do you need eyes to see? There's echolocation. So there's all these different things that as we discover in nature that these things exist, suddenly that becomes available to us. But if we're raised in a cave and we've never seen the color red, how can we imagine it and apply it to something?
Well, Led Zeppelin did. They managed to write Stairway to Heaven without ever hearing the Spirit song.
Ever at all. Yeah.
So
it kind of goes back to the whole, immature artists imitate and mature artists steal. And so it's not that I'm out there trying to steal everything, but I used to be really concerned with, I remember my mom saying, you need to read more. And I was like 11 and I was writing this story about dragons and stuff. And she's like, you should read more of these types of books. And I said, well, I don't want to, because I don't want to be influenced by them. And I'm over that now. Now it's I want to read as much as I can and I want to experience as much as I can, because I know that I'm drawing from my past experiences. So it's much better to draw from broad spectrum as opposed to a very minute background.
And if they do a story on CNN about dragons in Florida, you need to know that.
Absolutely.
They find a couple when it drags a kid through a lagoon.
Yes.
What about remember Puff the Magic Dragon?
Oh, yeah, he lived by the sea, by the way.
Yeah, he was a good friend.
And smoked a lot of pot.
Apparently.
Oh, no.
Yeah, totally burned himself out.
Really?
That's right, yeah.
It's like
that little Jackie
behind the
paper.
music,
We are here in the neighborhood with Brion Humphrey, the author, my darling wife Joyce, and me, Dave Lefkowitz, doing the Dave's Got My Radio program of the air. Can you believe it? It's like 25 after 9 already? And we have so much more to ask Brion, including...
I'll go get your shake while you talk to your friend.
You sure?
I'm getting a little scared. And when I walk outside, I'm going to look behind me. I'm a little bit...
That's okay. When you walk outside, I'll look at your behind. So
No.
I always do.
I'm too susceptible, honey.
I don't
Hate to see you leave, but I love to watch you go.
Oh!
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, you need your... You don't have your drum.
Oh, I don't have the drum. We have a noisemaker.
We used to have a drum thing, but we lost it.
No, it's probably at home. I don't have all my...
You should let
Here's
Brian-
one.
There you go.
That'll do it. That'll work. Me one shaky surprise me.
What
but
flavor?
Not fruity.
Then tell me.
No,
Dígame.
no,
Dígame.
all right, okay.
Do
Cookies and cream.
you want anything, Brian?
No, I'm fine.
That's
Thank you very much.
Remember. Okay, yes.
Yeah.
It might even get more scary.
Coffee,
That would be very
coffee
bad.
morning.
So
Thank
Joyce will
you.
be back with us, especially when we start doing Greeley Crimes Old Times. Plus, we'll go inside Broadway in the neighborhood today. Plus, we'll have Saturday Segues, a tribute to Mel Brooks' 90th birthday, and are in the news Saturday Segue. But first, more with our friend Brion. So, Brion, you also had, I assume it's not have anymore, but you had an award-nominated podcast. Are you still doing that?
I am not. The podcast still exists, and it's going very, very strong.
Oh, yeah.
I was the co-host of the Roundtable podcast with Dave Robison, and he is an immensely talented voice and creative energy. And so he and I became friends in Fort Collins when he was doing Rabbit Hole Radio Theater up there.
Okay.
Which was, we did things like taking mythology stories and turning them into radio plays. And it was a very, very cool thing that happened I think he did 3 or 4 seasons of that with his wife, Terry. She kind of produced and took care of the bookkeeping. But he's continuing to do it, and it's kind of his baby, and he called me at one point and was like, dude, you got to do this with me. Let's get this going. And so I co-hosted for like the first year and a half, and then all of this stuff came up, like we had a kid, and then the grad school and doing plays, and it took up so much time that I could only do maybe one every couple months.
It's one of the things you had to say no to, basically.
Right, yeah. But every so often he'll call me up and say, hey, we have a specific guest that is kind of within your genre. I want you to come on, and so I try to make it work as much as I can.
Sweet. And how can people find it? It's on
it's roundtablepodcast.com.
Roundtablepodcast.com.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And it's really excellent writing advice. If you're into writing, you need to listen to it. It's basically what we do is there's 2 segments per week, and when he's doing a show a week. And the first segment is called 20 Minutes With, and it's where he and the co-host interview an author, a guest author that they bring on who is published or self-published, somewhat successful or very successful. We had Christopher Moore on at one point, Tim Pratt, and we interview them for about 20 minutes, which usually turns into 40 minutes.
Right.
And then the second segment is really the most fun, and that's where we bring that guest writer back or the guest author, and then we bring on an aspiring writer who has a story idea that they want fleshed out, and the 4 of us, Dave and I and the guest author who is successful and knows their stuff,
and the newbie
all sort of do a round table where we kind of spitball ideas for that particular writer. So it's a really cool thing, and I have learned immensely from being a co-host.
Sure. Yeah.
You learn more from other people's writing than you do from your own, and then applying it to your own is a whole other story.
And what award was that nominated for?
There is a podcast award for fiction podcasts called the Parsec Awards, and it's given at one of the cons. I want to say Balticon.
Oh, okay.
Maybe. And it's they nominate in different categories, and so I think the Roundtable podcast has been nominated twice. The first year that we did it, it was we were one of the finalists, which was really cool.
Yeah. Nice.
So yeah.
So again, it's roundtablepodcast.com. It does exist, but the things that you were involved with mostly go back to like 2012-ish.
Yeah, it's like the first 75 episodes or so. I'm on
I didn't realize
most
they had
of
so
those.
many. Yeah.
Yeah, they just recorded. He brought me back on to record the 100th episode.
Nice.
Which was great, and then he's just been continuing it since then. So
is it? Does he make any money off it? Or is it fun? Nonprofit incorporated? Is he?
Yeah, it's sort of Creative Commons. When I was involved with it, we weren't making any money off of it at all. Right. He's gotten involved with some other groups through this, and a lot of the authors that he's worked with are independent authors who have their own projects, and so because he has such an amazing voice, he is always asked to help out with narrating some things. He's done a few Audible .com stuff, some books that he's narrated, and so he's starting to make some money off of those things.
Cool. And
there's another website that he's involved in called Under Librum that he's sort of spearheading the website itself, and it's going to be a bit of a moneymaker for him, which is great.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
Fabulous. So. Now, we've been talking a lot about the writing. You're also, how long have you been teaching high school?
I've been teaching high school I'm going into my 10th year.
Wow, okay.
6 years was English, which was sort of a roundabout way to get to theater.
Yeah.
So, yeah, when I first came out here, I came out here about 20 years ago. No, that's not right. 16 years ago. And I actually moved to Colorado 5 days before 9/11.
Wow.
Which was crazy. So I was totally displaced.
Well, from where?
From Southern California.
Okay, got it, yeah.
And when I first came out here, I had a degree in theater directing and was looking to do the alternative teacher license to be a theater teacher, and nobody was hiring theater teachers. I got a bunch of calls for people wanting me to teach music, which was weird. But
can you play piano? I don't even know.
No, I can't even read music. And so, like, I'd call them up and say, I'm a theater guy. I don't do music. And they're like, that doesn't matter. Just come on down and interview, because they were so desperate.
For music teaching?
Yeah.
Well, wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I didn't, obviously. Yeah. I became a janitor, night custodian, which in Sense Memory, the main character is a night custodian.
Uh-huh.
So I was working in Estes Park at the intermediate school, and there were some weird things that happened in there with, like, the cart that I would use to clean. I'd put it in one place, and I'd go and clean something, and I'd come back, and it would be totally on the other side of the hallway. The elevator ran whenever it wanted to. There was just some weird stuff that happened in that building.
Yeah.
And so some of that I actually worked into the book.
Oh, sweet.
So, yeah.
But
pretty fun.
Eventually, you took the English job. You weren't waiting for the theater.
Took the English job, did that for a little while, and then when I got to Central, to Greeley Central High School, I went to the theater teacher and I said, I haven't done theater for 4 years. I need to get back into it somehow. Yeah. And I said, I'll sweep the stage. Just let me come in and sweep the stage. I just have to be in the space. And so he let me direct one of the one acts, and then he saw, okay, this guy kind of knows what he's doing, and he was on his way out but hadn't told anybody yet, and so he just sort of started grooming me to take over his position, and now I'm the theater teacher there, which is awesome.
Which is, like, it was 2 years ago, I think. The other guy, what was his name?
Mark Kolikoff.
Right, right. How's he doing, by the way? I've
he's
met
great.
Him a couple of times, yeah.
Yeah, he's awesome.
Yeah. Can you? I'm wondering if my wife needs to get in the front door. Somebody's buzzing. So can you talk to the people for a moment? just remind them who you are and how they can find out more about your writing and get Sense Memory if you have a website.
Okay. So I'm Brion Humphrey, and I wrote a book called Sense Memory. If you are interested in communicating with me or looking into that on Twitter, you can reach me at Brion Humphrey. The Brion is with an O, Brion Humphrey, or I'm on my website. I haven't updated for a while, and so it's just WordPress, so it's brionhumphrey.wordpress.com if you want to get to that as well. And I'm on Facebook at Brion Humphrey.
So, Brion Humphrey.
Yes, sir.
You've got basically your dream gig. Now,
Totally.
You're teaching theater in high school. Why are you bothering then to go back and get a master's in theater education?
Right. Well, I would love to say that it was for a noble purpose. I am at a point in my career where I don't want to get stagnant. I want to make sure that what I'm giving the students is current information. It's the best information I can give them. I can continue to grow. One of the things that I love to talk to them about is in Metallica, Kirk Hammett once said that he will, until the day he dies, he will continue to take lessons, and so he seeks people out. He went and took lessons from Joe Satriani and Steve Vai and all of these other really amazing guitar players, because he doesn't want to just fall into this place where he says, okay, that's good enough. So he's constantly trying to better himself, and that's I think as an artist you have to do that. And if I want my students to be successful, if I'm in it for them rather than for me, then I have to continue to better myself and bring them more and more techniques and better things. So that's sort of the slightly noble reason. The other reason is that everybody around me has master's degrees, and you get to a point on the pay scale where you just aren't going to make any more money if you don't have a master's. So
yeah, I mean, is it going to make a significant difference?
It does.
Cool.
It's a good 14%. So which is
okay.
Once you have the full credits. Yeah, and it's necessary, especially in this district where pay has not been at the top of the district's priority for teachers for the last several years. Although we do have a new superintendent now who seems really awesome, and she's working hard to get teachers what they deserve. So we're excited about that.
Wow. All right. Yeah. Okay. And what's cool is you get to teach, or as part of being in this program, you're going to be teaching this online course. What course is it? It's
the Intro to Theater for non-majors. So it's just sort of an overview of theater. It's very book heavy, and which as an online course, when you're doing theater online, you kind of have to do it that way. But I kind of wish it was a little bit more hands-on. So I may tweak some things.
Was it a lot of video too? Do you send them to a lot of YouTube clips of?
Yeah, they have to watch some stuff. There's a couple assignments that they have to do where they actually have to record themselves doing a monologue. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But it's kind of funny because a lot of them are people who have never done theater before, and an exorbitant amount of nursing majors, which is interesting. So they're not really sure how to do a monologue because they've never done one before. So it's a lot of like, I'm going to stand here in front of the camera and just speak, and there's not a lot of actual acting involved. But when you're working with students that, I can't get into a room with them and train them, you have to kind of go in with realistic expectations.
Huh. Okay. What's your favorite play?
Oh boy. So this may come as no surprise. Buried Child.
Okay.
Sam Shepard.
I mean, it isn't macabre until really the last. I thought maybe
Well, I
Killer
mean,
Joe
there's a
something.
lot of not necessarily innuendo, but there's a lot of just dark overtones through a lot of it in terms of family secrets and who was sleeping with who, but what did that do to the family in the town, and so yeah. But it does have a hell of an ending.
Well, yeah. That would be your kind of. Except you put it somewhere in like the bottom of the first act.
Right.
That would be the first act closer.
That would.
And it would get even more macabre and weirder and,
sure.
and scarier.
That would just be the beginning.
Yeah. But you also have to direct. I mean, as musicals, right? You direct.
Yeah.
I mean, most musicals are not Buried Child. Most you probably have to do R&H, and you probably have to do.
Absolutely. And there's an aspect as a high school theater teacher, there are so many things that go into choosing a season. You have to know what your talent pool is. Who do you have and what can you do with them? Which is always changing because you have the incoming class of freshmen and you have no idea who's in that class or what they're capable of. Yeah. And then the audience, you can't alienate your audience because
I can.
Then
I do
you
all
won't.
the time.
Yeah, you can, but they love it, so that's okay.
Yeah.
At least I do. But if I do something like Buried Child at the high school level, there's a certain segment of the audience that's not going to come see the next one, and I have a sort of age restriction. We just did The Wedding Singer.
Oh yeah.
Recently, and you have to cut some stuff out of it because otherwise it's almost rated R, and so we cut it down to a point where it was, in my estimation, it was acceptable for high school, definitely not acceptable for elementary school. So we didn't have a lot of little kids coming. We didn't have many middle school kids other than the ones of parents who were like, my kid can watch Beastmaster, and so what I have to look at for the next season is, I haven't done very many shows that are super little kid friendly. And so this next season, we're going to do Cinderella so that we can bring back.
Well, I mean, be happy. You're not forced to do A Christmas Carol.
Right. Yeah. Which actually, this last year we did the Seussified Christmas Carol. So we kind of got Christmas Carol in a kind of a fun, goofy way as a little holiday show that was a fundraiser. So. But that was good. It was fun.
Is there a show that you wish you could?
Oh, boy. Well, there's a lot of shows that I would love to do, just never at a high school. I'm never going to do Les Mis at a high school.
Isn't there a high school edition?
There is a high school edition, but it's so similar to the original, and I just feel that I'm kind of a purist when it comes to those.
Yeah.
That I don't think a high school will ever be able to really do it justice. And it's so well known. It's kind of like trying to do Phantom or one of these where people come in with these massive expectations. And even if we have all the right singers, we're never going to reach those expectations. So I want to do something that is accessible to the kids and doesn't say, hey, look at the show that we're doing. It says, hey, look at how awesome these kids are that are doing this show.
What show was it? What show?
Well, talking about the ones that I won't do, and
in a high school situation.
In a high school situation.
Calcutta.
Kinky Boots.
Well. Yeah.
I mean, that's another thing.
You won't be able to do Kinky Boots. It'll be so part of the canon.
Also, it's place specific. So if we were in the Village or we were in New York, we could do Kinky Boots in a grammar school or preschool. It's relative of place. You have to be respectful of where you live.
Yeah.
And the next live musical on TV is going to be Hairspray.
Oh, really?
Which, if you think about it, is going to
Wow.
feature, I think it's Harvey Firestein in drag. So
Nice. There
if
you
that
go.
makes it more
That
acceptable.
alone is
See, and
frightening.
that's something that we could do. We could do something like that. We have a very forgiving community here, and it's a good, solid group. I haven't had any complaints. You get the occasional parent and student who are like, well, this material's not for me, and I totally respect that. I think that's very wise for
choice.
them
Yeah.
to be able to do that.
Wow.
So, yeah.
What was your favorite? Did David ask you?
My favorite play or musical?
The favorite
Well, I
thing?
asked you what
or
to do.
How about the thing that you thought would be a flop but turned out to be way, way better?
Oh my gosh. Well, I'd
You
never
know?
think any of them will be a flop. But
Or would be difficult, or maybe when you were in rehearsals, you're like, "Oh, geez, I'm a little nervous." White knuckling during opening night.
So go big or go home, right? That's what my wife always
yeah,
says.
yeah.
And so my first year as a full-fledged theater teacher,
Yeah.
we did Midsummer Night's Dream, so we did Shakespeare. And they hadn't done Shakespeare for like years and years. And we did Fiddler on the Roof.
Wow.
Good Lord.
Yeah. So
in one season.
in one year, yeah. So it was Midsummer in the fall and Fiddler in the spring, and so it was one of those where once Fiddler opened, and I stood back and I looked at the set and I looked at the costumes and I watched the kids, and I felt like I was watching a legitimate show, and that's the best compliment that we get, and we get at every show is this was not a high school production, and that's what we want. We want to have people say this seemed professional, or it seemed definitely above high school, and that's what the kids strive for too. And so in Fiddler, it was one of those where I'm looking at it, I'm going, holy crap, what did I do? And I would never, the set became so massive and took so much work that looking at it after the fact, it looked so immense and like something that I would never take on in a million years. But that's kind of the mode that we get into, is we just start building, and we know what we want, we're going to do what we can, and we build all the way up to the very last minute, and then we have this huge, massive thing that looks awesome.
Like, who does your costumes? Is it parents? I have no idea. Like, who does?
No,
Do you have a costume shop? Or do you
it's
rent, or
evolving right now, and so when we did
wigs or like makeup, right?
Yeah, well, makeup is one of those that I definitely need to like start to figure out something a little better than what we have. I have a couple students that have really stepped up and are super interested in makeup, and so I've kind of been like, you guys deal with this and take it over. But we don't have any makeup. We have like a little community section of makeup, but it's not, there's hardly anything in it, and then the kids kind of bring in their own.
Too soon.
Yeah, we're not doing cats. Yeah, but the costumes, we have a teacher who just started a theatrical costuming class, and so she's been helping me out, and she has her kids design stuff, and they're not at the point yet where I can say, okay, here's everything that I need, and then I get it all.
And just sew it up and you fit it to people. And,
Right. Yeah, and we have some costumes that people have donated. We have a big costume closet.
Oh, good. That's
so we have a lot of stuff to choose from. But we, every show that we do, I run out to the Arc and some other places, and I try to put some stuff together as much as I can. So I do.
You're going to end up doing that. One of the classes you're going to take is with Ann Toey over at UNC, and she's one of the design people and the costume people, certainly wigs and makeup too. And one of the classes is you're going to go to the Arc.
Awesome.
Yeah. And then just stay there for
And
2
throw
hours.
stuff together.
Sing your song, your Macklemore. You always do Macklemore songs.
Oh, you're going to pop some tags. Put those
Got
costumes
$20
in
in
your
my
bag.
pocket.
Wow.
Yeah. So the costumes, that's kind of where that's going. So it's evolving. Yeah. And for one of the shows, I did rent costumes from this very nice lady who was renting them out of her basement and had taken it over for her sister-in-law. So her basement was like, it was racks and racks and racks of costumes.
In Greeley, or was this in Denver ago or something?
Well, it was in Windsor, and it was one of those where it's on a donation basis, because the city, her neighbors had complained because people were coming in and like stopping in front of her house. And so I think she's moved since and now is able to do it like where she can actually charge people. But it was one of those where she had these full Chewbacca outfits that people were coming in and like borrowing for Halloween and then not returning, or they'd return it and not give her anything because she wasn't charging them. She couldn't legitimately charge them. Yeah. So, yeah, but that was...
If she's giving away Chewbacca costumes, that's just a Wookiee mistake.
Oh.
We should have gotten our science fiction. We had a whole scary one of like ghosts. And
I
stuff.
I left it home.
But,
I left it home.
Well, is there one? Okay, so this is my personal belief that even Little Theater of the Rockies or every theater company has one. They're like, here, let's bring it out and please the people. Is there one thing that you're like, I don't want to do something new, or like I just want to give something that's going to make the people happy? Like, what's your in the pocket kind of like, this is what we're going to go to, and everyone's going to love it. The parents will love it. The people will love it. The students will love it. I
asked them before if I could do Christmas Carol, and you say you kind of skirt that issue.
We did a version of it. Well, there's a couple that my wife always teases me. Like, she's like, that you're going to have to do this. So Grease is one that people always love.
We saw it at dinner theater. Yeah, it's big out here. Yeah.
And it's I don't hate it. I love the music in it. It just doesn't have a story. There's no story to it, But and then the other one, and this is interesting because the classes are so different as they go through. And I've talked to my last year's seniors who were like, "Don't ever do this show." But then like last year's freshmen are like, "Oh my God, I love this show," and it's Bye Bye Birdie.
Whoa.
So I don't know. I might. But you know what I have found? There's a show. I don't know if you guys have heard of it, but She Kills Monsters. Have you ever heard of that?
No.
Like, the kids are convinced that I'm going to throw that in within the next 2 or 3 years. And it's entirely possible that I might.
I've never heard of it.
It's based on Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah.
So it's this girl who, she's like a cheerleader, and her little sister is into Dungeons and Dragons. But her little sister gets killed in a car accident. And so she was never close to her sister. She was always like, "Oh no, you're weird, go away from me." And now she finds her sister's journal, and it turns out that she had written her own campaign. And so she, in order to get closer to her sister, she goes and finds the dungeon master kid that did these with her sister.
Suddenly
and is like,
interested.
"Take me through this and show me how this works." And so he says, "Well, I can't just explain it to you. You have to play the game."
Of course.
So they go through and it's really well done, and it's a great show. And it's high school age kids, as the characters. So it's totally appropriate. It deals with LGBT issues. It deals with all kinds of different stuff.
I mean, it's American theater. It has to deal with LGBT issues.
Yeah. And it's minimal.
Gay now.
And it's not like in your face type stuff.
Well, being your butt, really. But
oh boy.
You just do whenever he's naughty. You just here, like you can.
You can do the same thing. You hold it up to the microphone.
Anytime he says something you find offensive, just pick one. And
these are like emoji.
There you go.
There you go.
You can just try them all.
Anal warts.
We've got to find the scary one for him. He's perfect. For
I know. I left it at home. I know.
What's the money one do? Oh, okay.
That's
of course.
money.
Yeah.
Cash money.
Oh, say anal warts again.
Anal warts.
Sometimes when they don't go together, it's funny, and sometimes when they do
go
together, it's funny.
Yeah. But yeah, so as far as like what you had just mentioned,
it's like you think you're going to do that, eh?
We might. But it's also one of those where.
Do you vote or do you pick?
I pick.
Kids? Okay.
I pick. And I struggle with that every year because I do want the kids to have buy-in.
Yeah.
But I don't. Like, they don't suffer from that at all. Once I announce it, everybody goes out and buys the script and they start practicing and they start like they're just totally invested regardless. I could say we're gonna do I don't know, Tale of Two Cities.
Yeah, just
when I said Fiddler, when I announced Fiddler, it was the funniest thing because everybody's woo, and then immediately turned to the person next to them and they're like, "What's Fiddler?"
Wow.
So they all had to start looking it up, and none of them had ever heard of it before.
Really? Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I ask you my one? This is my pet peeve question. David will love this one. Okay, so I'm a purist about accents. Either you do them well or you don't do them.
Agreed.
Or you switch. Some people switch in and out of them, and it makes me crazy. I'm like, what do you know? So, do they now? Some people also believe this in theater. I'm not a theater person, so I can say it. They believe you learn by watching clips of other people doing stuff. Seriously.
Right,
so I don't know. Like, what's your? Let's say you get someone who's really struggling.
Mm-hmm.
How do you instruct them?
Yeah.
Or how do you help them either learn an accent or learn a role? Do you just say, go YouTube it? Is that your
No.
Is that
No.
Is that pedagogy?
Well, so it's no with a caveat. Like, I will guide them to certain videos. Because there are some professionals out there that are accent trainers.
Yes.
And so if they have certain videos that are up, then I'll guide them to that. But I'll work with them, and if they can't quite get it, then we just cut the accent altogether.
See?
And most of the time, theater goers, they'll go, unless it's something like My Fair Lady, where she has to have an accent.
Yes.
Then I would err on the side of not doing it. Now there's a show called the Musical Theater or the Musical Comedy Murders of 1940.
Didn't we go see that?
Yes, we did. Yeah.
And I was in that in high school. And there's a character that specifically has to be Irish and have an Irish accent.
Yes.
And then it turns out he is German.
Yes, you remember the character.
So he has to have sort of almost a bad Irish.
He has to have
accent.
an Irish accent with German undertones.
Whoa.
And so that was like impossible, but it was fun. So I got a German tape and I got an Irish tape. And so I learned the German accent first. And then I tried to use the German accent while learning the Irish accent. And
Hi, leprechauns!
I think what I learned from that was that I was being way too technical, and nobody in the audience was going to get that anyway. So it was like when I was supposed to pretend to be Irish, I pretended to be Irish, and when I was supposed to pretend to be German, I pretended to be German, and people thought it was funny, and it was fine, and it wasn't a big deal. But
Isn't it more farcical to that show?
Yeah, it is, and so people are a little more forgiving.
Yeah.
But there was I at the Dairy Center once in Boulder, I saw. What is it called? The Plow in the Stars or something like that.
Oh, Charlotte Casey,
Yeah. And so there were a bunch of people doing, I think, Irish accents.
Oh, Lord.
And one of them sounded Australian. And it killed the entire thing. Yeah. And you can't understand most of them because they're trying so hard that they're doing it too thick. So when I did Fiddler, I had my main character, I said, okay, start looking at some some different videos and watch the original with Topol and
even Zero, right?
Yeah, Zero Mostel.
They didn't make a movie with Zero.
Oh, really?
They did have the movie with Topol.
But they do have some clips.
Just of him on the tones.
Yeah. And so he watched those, and then I said, so I want you to go full bore with it for about 3 weeks, and then I'm going to start pulling you back to your normal speaking, so that then it was his normal dialect with the flavor of that, and it worked out really well. So
that's a great idea.
Yeah,
that's a great
idea. Yeah. We are talking with Brion Humphrey, the author and the theater educator, the teacher, and occasionally the actor. Did you ever do any professional acting, like grown-up adult acting, or did you stop that part in high school?
You're not supposed to talk about that on the air.
It depends on.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I didn't think of that.
That doesn't sound right.
Did you have your tongue in someone's cheek?
Oh my gosh. Oh, the couches. No, it depends on what you mean by professional. Like, did I get paid for it?
No, nobody does now.
But not a lot. Like, it was enough to put gas in my tank, I did when I first moved. So I did some stuff when I was in college, but that was mostly directing. And then when I came out to Colorado, and I was married once before, and then that marriage.
I didn't know that. Okay.
It was kind of a glorified roommate kind of thing.
Okay.
And so when
and
we
what was
broke
his
up,
name? No, well, you are in theater.
Wow.
Okay.
But no, the breakup was.
If you kick him under
you got
the
sound
table,
effects too. Yeah,
that's right.
You can feel free. He's he's not that sensitive.
Yeah. But no, it was seriously. It was like, she came home and said we should probably get a divorce, and I said, okay, I get the TV, you can have the couch, and she was like, really? And that was it. And so there were no tears, and it was fine, and everything was great. But so it was at the end of that marriage that I was like, I have to get back into theater. Like I can't be away from it. It's sort of similar thing to when I started teaching theater. And the Nomad in Boulder was doing Cinderella. And so I called them and I was like, can I come sweep your stage? That seems to be my go-to phrase, and it works really well. And so the lady who was producing it said, well, come on in. I need a stage manager. And, if you can run auditions for me and you work out, then I'll hire you for that. So that was my best paid gig because I was a stage manager, the light board op, and the soundboard op.
Good Lord.
Yeah.
Costume, sound, and you got lunch.
Right. And I got about $1,000, and that was for 3 months of work. And that was in the theater. That's a little more than gas. That's like gas and lunch for a few days.
Partial rent.
Yeah, and then but then in that I met a woman who helped me get a gig directing The Lion in Winter in Longmont, and that won Best Show of the Season, and so I made some friends in that, which was great. And then
that really happened because they say like with the Tonys too, where if you win, like David won script thing, or if you win something, then people are like, hey, you become more interesting to people.
Yeah,
right?
more legitimate. True? Yeah, and I did, and so there were a few people who were like, well, you need to meet this guy, and
to you.
Yeah, to me. Well, no, they told me that I needed to meet this guy. They're like, you need to work with this guy, and it was Peter Anthony in Fort Collins. And back then he was a pretty big name, and now I don't know where he is, but I know that he's doing like some music stuff, which is interesting. Okay. But he was directing something at Open Stage in Fort Collins.
Yeah.
So I went up there and auditioned for them, and then got called back for like 3 shows, and that's where I met Dave Robison, who does the Roundtable podcast.
Oh, right.
And he was doing Rabbit Hole Radio Theater, so he's sitting there with all the directors, and he's like crouched down with his eyes closed because he's listening for radio voices.
Oh,
and
Lord Almighty!
Yeah, it was funny, and so then he approached me afterwards. And so I started writing for him while I was in a couple shows for Open Stage, and so I stayed with Open Stage for a few years, and then got my teaching job in Fort Morgan, which meant no theater for 4 years.
Oh, you were in Fort Morgan?
Yeah, we were commuting from here.
Oh my Lord!
So it was like 2.5 hours driving a day, which was crazy. But when I was doing theater in Fort Collins, I was living in Estes Park and working in Boulder. What? So I would get up at 5:30 in the morning. This is the whole thing of I'm addicted to filling my schedule, right? Yeah. So I drive down to Boulder, which was about an hour and a half drive, and then from Boulder, as soon as work was over, I'd drive to Fort Collins to rehearsal, and then at 10 o'clock when rehearsal was over, I'd drive back up to Estes Park. I did that for like a year and a half.
Did you live in your car?
Just about.
I was going to say.
I ate Taco Bell every day. My wife likes to joke about that. It's really unhealthy, but
that you're still.
I know, yeah.
But you were in your 30s at that point, or you still are, aren't you?
Yeah, I was actually in my 20s. I was in my late 20s.
But still, that's a lot of wear and tear on the driving and so on.
Mm-hmm. And the body and so, but you do it. That's what you do.
I don't know if I've answered the question. I feel like I totally went on a weird tangent there.
Okay.
No,
that's
totally
the norm here. Yeah. In the Daverhood, there's no straight path to an answer. It's okay.
Now here's the deal with now you have we kept talking about Sense Memory, your book, your book that you published.
Yes.
Hard copy, physical hard copy, as well as ebook. But
it's on iTunes for free with me reading it, which actually I do want to throw this out there because for anybody who's writing or writes a book or whatever, I think this was the most important step that I had, and this was done like I was staying home with my son after he was born so that my wife could go back to work. So I stayed home for about 2 months, and so he was in like a rock and sleep thing right next to me while I'm recording the book for iTunes.
Wow.
And the recording process was the best revision process that I have ever gone through because I had to read it out loud, and then I had to listen to it to edit out all the dog barking and all of that stuff. And so I was getting it in 2 different ways. I was reading it out loud, I was listening to it, and so I was able to find those things that didn't work or that I hadn't caught or I had worded awkwardly. And it made it a really fast and really solid revision process. But it is up on iTunes with me reading it. The first chapter's superly overdramatic. So just get through the first chapter.
Is it the full book on iTunes?
It's the full book on iTunes, which one of my students found it, and he was listening to it on his way to a forensics event, and in the very first chapter, one of the characters is whispering into this woman's ear that he's on a date with her and he's like the killer, and he whispers the word orgasm into her ear. And so my student, like at the end of the year they do these brown bag awards, so his was something about we had no idea how creepy Mr. Humphrey is. And he's like, I didn't know until I heard him whisper orgasm into my ear because he's listening to me on iTunes. So
so do you
You'll
think...
be the next Frank Fulkerson.
Oh,
God
boy.
forbid. No. Do you think it's because this is the trend in book stuff. I know it's the way it is, and they always want you to do video and stuff. And I've actually had stuff of mine pulled down off of YouTube because it was like illegally posted, like PDFs and stuff like that. But do you think it helps marketing? Or do you think it takes away, like if I've got you on tape and I can listen to you in my car or when I'm on the plane or when I'm going, so how do you or does it make people want to buy other books? I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, well, so one of my mentors is Nathan Lowell, and his wife, I think, works at the library here.
Okay.
Or did at one point. I don't know how long that's been. But he lives here in town. He's a science fiction author. And he got in at the very beginning of podcasting.
Whoa.
And took all of his books and podcasted them for free.
Yeah.
And what it did was it created this reader base for him, this audience. And so there's a lot of people who he doesn't make any money off of because they just wait for him to come out with the next audio. But then there's word of mouth. And I might say to my wife, hey, I listened to Nathan Lowell's book from the golden age of the solar clipper, and it's his very first one, Quarter Share, and it's really great. You should read it. Or you should listen to it. And my wife doesn't really listen to books on tape. And so she would say, okay, I'll buy it. And then you've made a sale. And you have two people who are loyal then to you for your next book. And so one of the things that he said that I need to do, which I haven't done, and that's part of why I'm just stalled because of everything that's in my schedule now, is he releases 1 or 2 books a year and has gotten to the point where I think in 1 year he released like 6 books at one point. So he's got a ton out there. He just writes like crazy.
I guess.
Yeah. But his whole thing is you have to continue to feed your audience. Yeah. And if you, Sense Memory came out 6 years ago, or 4 years ago, something like, I don't even know. Maybe it was 10 years ago. But I haven't put anything else out there since then. And so I have people who are like, oh yeah, I've read this and I really want to read the next book. He has to come out with the next book now. And that was 4 years ago, and I've lost that person, until I come out with it and somehow they see that, there's another book, and then they might be willing to look at it. So if you just release on a constant basis, you can keep your audience if you're giving them good quality stuff.
With someone like you who has actually written and completed a full-length book, why has it been so hard to... Because you bring in stuff to our writers group all the time. Yeah. And it's always like the first or second chapter or a middle chapter of something else. Sure. And then, time goes, man. Right.
Yeah, well, so I have one that's done that I need to release. Well, it's okay. So it's the first draft is completed.
Okay.
I have to redo the ending. It was my wife is awesome. She's my one of my biggest inspirations, and she's great with ideas, and she's somebody that I always bounce ideas off of. So she's my primary beta reader. And she read this, and the whole way she's like, oh my God, I love this story. This is my favorite one. This is so good. It's awesome. And it's a zombie one. It's not about zombies, but there are zombies in it, sort of zombies.
Scary time.
Yeah. And
they're gay zombies because it's for the theater.
Yeah,
maybe
there you go.
You could do like a zombie fiddler. That would be
interesting, huh? Yeah. So would the zombies be the Jews or would it be the Russians?
Russians, probably.
Yeah, probably the Russians.
I think both.
They're at the window.
Just think when people dance, they could lose their limbs.
And then Laser Wolf can shoot lasers out of his eyes, and he's a werewolf, right? So Laser Wolf. There you go.
That is.
And they all have beards, so you can't tell who the werewolf is at night.
Yeah, they could just look pale because they're hungry.
All right. I like it. We've got something going here.
Ooh, not Tepka. Ooh, not Tepka.
So now I don't remember what the question was.
That your wife is gonna. So you didn't release the book because you're changing the ending because your wife vetted it and said,
Yeah, and so she's great at that. It's when she's more than happy to be like, no, that didn't work. I don't understand what's happening here. And that was her reaction. I mean, it was very supportive, but it was like, nope. So I have to go back and work on that a little bit, and I know what I need to do, but I've been saying that for 1.5 years now. Wow. And so it's been sitting there. And now I don't even know if I have access to the file because my computer crashed. So I got to get my friend who's this IT genius to...
Do you do what, what's her name, the Connie Willis told me? One time I was talking to her...
Well, explain to...
She's
most
also
people know,
science fiction, yeah.
And she's a writer who lives in this town.
She gave a really nice talk, one of the really, I thought, most inspirational graduation speeches to students. And I write, but I don't write. I write...
Well, you're academic.
Yeah, they're academic. So they're way drier. But she told me what she does is think about the ending and then has that in mind. And then, because I said to her, how do you get, the book or the whatever you need in the beginning to be on that shelf? And how do you know you're going to use it, 10 chapters later? Right. And she said, you think of the ending and then you say, okay, let me roll back and say, how am I going to weave in the fact that they have to be on the train at the same time or they have to drop their glasses or whatever, like that. That part I can't get. Do you write forward or backward?
Well, I'm a pantser, so I write by the seat of my pants for the most part. But I have the ending in mind. And
I
I've
do
always
other things by the seat of my pants. Yeah.
That's right.
That's
Well,
why I have to change them. Yes.
For sense memory, I didn't know what the ending was going to be. And so I had a nugget of an idea that came to me when I was reading a Lincoln and Child book. And I had this memory and of being in a restaurant with this really like plush carpet and a lot of deep reds and those types of things. And the more that I thought about it, the more I thought, I have never been in a restaurant like that. I don't know where that came from. And so that gave me the idea for sense memory, where the main character starts having memories of killing people. But when he's like, I wasn't in that town when this supposedly took place. I was somewhere else. And so then he has to go to LA to kind of figure out why he's having these memories. So I started with that idea and then just sort of wrote. And I like doing it that way because then the characters take over. And there are things where I go, okay, in this scene, this character is going to meet this character and he's going to shoot him. And then so character B walks in, the one who's supposed to get shot, and has a bigger gun, or something happens where he just sort of laughs at him and walks out. And I'm sitting there as the writer going, what just happened? That's not what I meant to have happen. Why did he walk out? And the characters kind of take over at some point, and I then have very little control over them. And I love that because then I'm reading the book as I'm writing it, as opposed to it being very stolid and contrived. But with the one that I'm doing right now, I had the ending in mind. The problem was
you're changing the ending.
Well, yeah. Well, but I'm not changing it significantly. I'm fixing it. And what happened was I had Christmas break to finish it. And like those are the only times that I have to write are those little breaks when I'm not doing master's degree and I'm not doing school, I'm not directing. And so I sat down and I was like, I got to get this done, and I just hammered it out. And so it feels rushed. It feels
As one of our writer colleagues, she always, she has nothing else to say. She says, it feels drafty.
Yeah,
she can't
exactly.
explain why, but it feels drafty, like a first draft.
Yeah, but I always write that when I read even student writing, and I say, this is good for a first draft, but it's not going to cut it for the final product.
Sure.
So
you can't put your finger on it, but you know
it needs a little bit more revision or be rewritten or
Yeah. So I did. I rushed it, and I need to go back and give it the time that it deserves. So.
Well, we are very happy to have had the time we deserve with the delightful Brion Humphrey, the author. You can pick up Sense Memory. Remind us of the website.
Yeah, you can get it on Amazon. The Sense Memory website is it's just brionhumphrey.wordpress.com.
By the way, I want to tell people because it's not spelled the usual ways.
Right, it's Brion.
Brion, yeah.
Humphrey, HUMPHREY.
.com, yeah.
.com, yeah, or at .wordpress.com. And because I don't have like a legitimate website, but that's okay. I do WordPress because it's free.
Everybody's doing WordPress now. But do you own BrionHumphrey.com, the URL?
No, I need to.
Buy it.
Yeah.
And you can point the WordPress to it. That's no big deal.
Yeah.
Yes, Mr. IT man.
I'm just saying.
David is moonlighting as IT for that.
But it's available online, or the book itself is in Kindle form. It's in hard copy form. I'll be changing the cover soon because the cover shows a picture of a woman with duct tape over her mouth, and she's been pretty badly beaten. Yeah. And I have had people tell me.
So I don't, because I can't remember it in my mind. Is it real or is it a real woman?
You have
or is
to
it
read the book, honey.
No.
The picture?
But I mean the cover.
It's my wife.
Whoa.
So
wow.
I took a picture of her. I told her to look like she was screaming. And so she tried a few times, and so I photoshopped and I did all this stuff to it to make it look really bad. But for some reason, every picture that I had of her trying to look like she was screaming, she looked like she was laughing.
Oh, geez.
So I had to cover her mouth with something that looked like duct tape in Photoshop, not in real life. Yeah.
Good to clarify.
In order to make it work. But the problem is, so I've had a bunch of people say that they bought the book, but they got it on one of the special promotions where it was really cheap, and they were gonna read it, but they just kept being turned off by the cover. And then even Amazon, they have through their KDP thing, they've got a promotion that you can do, but mine doesn't qualify because it shows violence towards women on the cover. Wow. And so I can't use that promotion, so I have to change the cover.
Yeah, but that's also good too. I think when you do something the first time, like I rejected a cover from a university press because I just didn't like it.
Right.
And I'm very, everybody has their hang up. I'm very visual, and I don't I'm like, N-O, because what I learned from some people, my friend's son actually did artwork about, it was a race book, but about someone with a flag on their face, and that the cover really sells it. And sometimes you change, too, as a writer, and you may be like, okay, I like that then, but now I would...
I mean, that's the amazing thing about, the weird thing about your book is that you had it hard copy published, and it's changed. Then you did the audio, right? And then you did the ebook. Wow. So those are different, right? You made revisions after.
Wow.
I made revisions after, but I re-uploaded. Because it's self-pubbed. It's not through a publisher, so I have total control over it.
So if you send somebody else a hard copy, it will be the most recent.
Wow.
Yeah.
It won't be that.
So there are a couple different versions out there, because some people bought the hard copy early, and I bought a bunch of copies early. So
how do
I
you
have
identify it? Do you put do you have different, or is it the same title with just different versions?
Same title, different, but it's not significant changes.
Okay.
It's like, it's not like I added a chapter or took a chapter out
or something like that.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's mostly I realized that I used the term clip instead of magazine and caught a bunch of hell from a bunch of military guys for that. So I went through and changed it. But that's a whole other conversation.
By the way.
Yeah, there you go. So and that's something that when you have a bunch of friends that are like they own guns, they will be the first ones to tell you when you do something wrong with guns. And there's a lot there's some gun stuff that happens. I have a cop as one of the main characters. And
they guns are part of their job.
And then the bad guy has guns. Everybody's using guns.
Well, if you read a book about aging and you see stuff that to you is the first thing you're going to notice that other people won't.
Right.
Well, that's an ageist term. Well, we don't use that anymore.
I just say that all the time, but because we're snarky, and it's just because I'm snarky.
And it's your expertise for them.
Yeah. And that's the problem. That's what you have to do when you write it. You have to pay attention to those details. Because I shot a gun once when I was 11, and it was a police officer who took us out in the woods and said, "Here, play with my gun." Not like that.
Was his tongue in your cheek?
Oh my gosh, no. But I remember firing it, and I don't remember much after that. The recoil was so heavy.
Yeah.
Was it a shotgun or was it a
it was like a 45. It was crazy.
The kickback is bad.
Yeah.
45s are bad. I tried firing a 78.
Wow, that's a record.
Just spun.
So do you know what your new cover will be? Do you have
No, I haven't figured it out yet, but I need to do it soon.
I can volunteer to hit her and put duct tape over her mouth, and we can try that.
So here's the thing. So people should go buy it now before I change the cover, so that when I'm famous and I'm like Stephen King, then they have this anomaly.
I would actually try to get one of each version. That's why I asked if you numbered them, because I watched the Antiques Roadshow and all those antique things, and if there's a difference, if they misprinted one time and they put the E and the E was a little bit tilted, that one's more special.
Right.
So you have multiple copies of the same book and people won't know.
Right.
But I would want to know all of them. I would actually get all of them and read to see where the changes were, because that's what I like to do.
Well, no, I had this
be like a capital T instead of a lowercase.
I would like to see it. I'd be like, what does he mean? Where's the change? I don't think there's...
No, but I had this depressing moment because I got at a library book sale, a copy of To Kill a Mockingbird. No dust jacket. Hard copy. And, I got it opening up at home, and it was, copyright 1962, Lippincott. And it was like, first edition To Kill a Mockingbird.
Right.
But it had a W under the copyright notice, which meant it was a book club edition of something. And it didn't say first edition, 9th printing. It didn't say any printing.
Wow.
But apparently with that W, it wasn't the. So instead of being worth $3,000, it's worth $20.
$1.50.
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
So that's why I paid for it. Yeah.
25 cents.
So
Totally.
that
little difference.
Same book,
Yeah.
same first edition, but not the first printing of the first edition.
See, and I would love to be one of those people who can look at those and say, oh, yes, this is this, or because of this little thing. But instead, I just write characters that can do that so that I can live vicariously through them.
Did you ever want to make your writing go into a script or go into movies? Because I would think that even my friend who was kind of doing the same thing and then it blew up with all this stuff. Think of even these Twilight or the tween movies that have the zombies or the Walking Dead or Living Dead. Why don't you write for them? I know it's easier said than done, because I know for him he always says, just do this, But did you ever have the bug to say, I'm just going to go Hollywood, or I'm just to write a script, take my stuff and send it or write it for one of the shows that match?
Well, I wrote a script once called Junction City that was about, it's kind of an Old West where these two brothers wander into this this city called Junction City, and it's kind of like purgatory, where it exists between the two worlds, and the guy who runs it is he's kind of like an incarnation of a portion of the devil in a way.
Wow.
So he's not like the devil, but
It's like
he's
Dante.
pretty bad.
It's like Donald Trump.
Yeah. It's El Purgatorio. No, Purgatorio. It's like the middle ground.
There you
I
go.
didn't get to ask you that. This guy, you billed yourself as a Republican. We got to talk about that.
Oh well, I'm finding that I'm more like libertarian. I'm kind of like I'm
That's happened to a lot of
fiscally
people.
conservative, a little more socially liberal.
I hope.
But it's I want to keep my money that I've earned and choose where it goes, as opposed to have somebody else force me to put it somewhere where I don't think that it belongs. But I have a lot of friends, especially being in theater. A ton of my friends are in the LGBT community, and what they want to do is what they want to do, and that's totally fine with it. Like I should not have a say in their in what they want to do and who they want to love. I think that it's important for people to be able to love whoever they want. So that's where it's like, I find that I align a little more with a lot of the Republican ideals when it comes to like how to run the country and how little government there should be invading our lives. But I also feel so it's like,
Do you like your
let's
high
keep
school
our
having
hands out
money
of
for a
as much
theater
as anything.
program?
I do, but I also I come from a high school where we didn't have any money, and we did amazing theater. We raised our own money, and we did what needed to be done in order to still do what we want to do. And so I don't think that it needs to be a question of I need these other people to fight for me to get me money. It's I'm gonna do the best theater program I have with whatever I have, and it teaches people to be self-reliant instead of well, I can't do this because I don't have funding.
Okay.
So
That's a very well-reasoned answer, I must say.
That's very deep. Wow, you're so deep for David's show.
Oh, my goodness.
Wow, man, that was deep, David.
But you still cannot vote for Donald. Please tell me no. No.
That's his private special
well,
private
I don't
time.
know. I can't vote for Hillary either. So
Really?
yeah, and it's what's interesting is in this particular race, my wife she put something on Facebook that I feel like I showed her first, but she put it up, and it was if we're gonna vote for batshit crazy, then we might as well. And so it's got Willem Dafoe and Gary Busey like as the ticket.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
So I'm thinking this may be a write-in year. This may be a year
so.
where I think there needs to be a grassroots movement.
There is a
where
libertarian candidate.
There is, but he's like I don't like him either. I mean, at first I did, but then he just seems weird and smarmy,
Most libertarian.
yeah. I mean, he just smokes too much pot. But
well.
he so I kind of feel like there needs to be some kind of grassroots movement for some just ridiculous write-in that if enough people write it in, then
Not
that's
you, David.
the message that I'll vote for you.
No.
Bill Cosby.
Oh, no.
No.
No,
We're not. We're supposed to be going in the other direction.
There's a joke in there somewhere, but I'm
That's
not. Anywho, so I'm sorry I sort of interrupted.
And
you.
I mean
Right, so-
quality when I say the other direction. I don't want that to be
Like
misconstrued
Gary
as like a
Busey.
race thing or something. Yeah.
Wow.
So
But I'm sorry. What question
Yeah.
were you sort of answering when I brought up the
I have no
political
idea.
stuff?
It was. I asked him before you went into the political. Did he ever want to write for the sellout?
Oh yeah. So
Evil Empire. And he
so I
said he
wrote a
the thing about
script.
Purgatory.
That's right. And so I wrote the script, and it was fun and it was cool. But I've read too many books on writing. And so I'm overly influenced in the wrong direction where, sometimes you hear advice and you're like, oh, yeah, that's absolutely true. And I don't know if it is or not. And the advice was that, write the book first.
And then make it a script?
Yeah, and then make it a script because it's statistically speaking, but this was like 20 years ago, that it's a lot easier to get a book published than it is to get a script purchased. The other thing is I don't like Hollywood. I lived in Southern California.
Oh, wow.
I went and signed up with an agency once, and the drive out to the agency and the drive home convinced me that I wanted to move out of California.
Whoa.
It just the people driving through LA and seeing the normal people, the people who live there, the people who actually exist exist, not the glitz.
Yeah,
and that was
the
something
reality.
I was looking at some of the buildings, and I also used to work at Disneyland. And Disneyland,
That's a crazy place.
I
want to talk
loved
about
it.
Purgatory?
I
Oh,
loved
Lord.
working at Disneyland.
Oh, you loved it?
Oh, it was great. Yeah, I mean, I was
Oh.
seasonal, so I only worked a little bit.
That's why he writes the horror stuff.
Yeah.
The backstory of Disney.
But it
It's a
was
world
awesome.
Of
It was a
zombies, a world of ghouls.
Yeah, but it was great. But the thing that was interesting about it was, you have the backstage area where the employees come in and they're in the backstage area, and then when they go on stage, which is what they call it when you are in view of the.
I read actually a sociological piece. They can't take off the head. They have to smile all
Right,
the time.
yeah,
They're kind of
yeah.
brainwashed into like a certain code of acting, and you have to be a certain way.
You
or
do.
You get I forget the sanction, but there's some sanction if you get
Yeah.
caught like. Because one time I think weren't we pinched by
Not
what
us.
What are those squirrels? One of them pinched me.
Chippendale?
Yeah, Chippendale was one of them in a group photo. Yeah.
Maybe they
That's
were
funny.
just looking for other Beaver. But,
Oh,
thank
gosh.
Kill you.
You're so bad. I
But you
love it.
loved
though.
it.
I
You
do.
loved
I love it.
Disneyland.
I loved Disneyland, and
Well,
there's some
Beaver
like
too, but-
I worked for Walmart too, and I loved them too. I thought it was a great company to work for, and that's so. Here's what I've found is that when people put down things like Walmart, they put down
Yeah.
Disney, and they're like, oh my God, it's a terrible company to work for, and blah blah blah. Either they haven't worked for them, or they're one of those people who they don't want to do anything and they want to get paid for not doing anything. And that's what I found most of the time. The people who
Wow.
complained were the people that when I was working there, I'm like, I would not promote you.
Wow.
You don't do anything, and you complain the whole time.
Yeah, but if you're
Wow.
promoting at Walmart, aren't you still making $8 an hour?
No. Well, now it's $10 an hour
Oh,
to start,
excuse me.
which is definitely better than $8. But the people that I worked with, a lot of the people that I worked with at Walmart don't deserve $8 an hour
Wow.
because they don't do anything. They stand there. People come and say, "Hey, do you have this?" And I go, "I don't think we carry that."
Oh.
As opposed to me, who they come to me and they go, "Do you have this?" And I go, "Well, let me go find it." And then I go and I find
we
it
ran
for
into
them.
a couple of people like that at what was it, Lowe's yesterday, Lowe's Hardware. Well, last time, 2 times we went to Lowe's Hardware. They were like, "Oh yeah, come with me. It's,
Right.
We're pretty sure it's over there." And it's
And if I don't know, I'll find out for you, and those are the people that get promoted, and those are the people that end up making more money and learning more skills and becoming better.
but
And
with all
that's the
the
thing.
making $10 an hour is not making more money. It's
Well-
starvation wages.
It's
you know.
not. It's not. That's the other problem, and not to totally get into political stuff,
But-
but the biggest issue, and I see this as a high school teacher because I see these
Our kids
attitudes.
looking for work,
And
yeah.
what it is it's people who say, I want to live in my own house and have my own car and to be able to order pizza every night, and these are the things, and I want the newest electronics, and I have kids who are walking by who go,
iPhone, yeah.
I don't have money to buy a notebook
Yeah.
for your
You mean
class.
an electronic, not
But
a
they
No,
have an
I mean
iPhone,
like
but they
I don't
have
have
an
money to buy a
iPhone. Yeah, they'll have
67
an
cent,
iPhone.
but they have an iPhone and they
Yeah.
have the newest shoes, and they
Yeah.
and it's a culture of I deserve, but I don't want to put any effort into it, and
Yeah, but
I
it's also
see
a
it
culture
so
where
much. It's
health
rampant.
insurance takes, and a
This
car
is true.
necessary. A car is not a luxury.
A car is necessary, but you don't need a brand new car with a $300 a month payment.
Yeah, but an old car
you
is
can buy
$7,000.
No, you can buy on Craigslist. You go on Craigslist, you buy a car for $600, and it gets you around town, and that's all that you need.
I mean, I always
to start
yeah,
out. To start
I
out.
judge the same thing because my phone, I have a Samsung and it's a 4 and I love it. It's a simple
Mm-hmm.
phone, a smartphone. There are people. I probably make more than the students, obviously, without financial aid. But with financial aid, you can do well.
Yeah.
And they have way better electronics. I'm thinking, I'm debating to buy a new laptop, or I really
Mm-hmm.
wait. And I think it's what you're saying. It's where you choose to spend your money.
Right.
It's. But I think even for us, like we have CNAs, we have people who work with older people, and they're pushing for 15 as minimum.
and I think that's
Now,
righteous.
And
Yeah.
I don't have a problem with that, and here's why: because what you do as a CNA, you need to be making more money,
And
especially
you
if
get
you're
your
good at
overhead
it.
taken out from
Yeah.
the company, so you never really make the full 15.
What I'm saying, if you are flipping burgers at McDonald's,
Mm-hmm.
you're in hot grease, dealing with the public,
Mm-hmm.
cleaning the countertops, flipping, and they've got you for 60 minutes of that
Sure.
hour doing awful work and maybe mindless work.
Uh-huh.
But it's,
Well,
cooking can be
welcome,
fun, but
welcome to entry level. And if you don't like it and you don't like the money that you're being paid, then learn a new trade and go into a different area because
That's
that's
why
what it's
David
for.
Not
everybody
Here's,
can-
because
that's
here's the
why
problem.
program-
Here, if you
Yeah.
if you say, okay, McDonald's, you need to raise your wages so that to make it fair, people don't get into business to
That's true.
to be social warriors. People get into business to make money.
Sure.
And so what McDonald's is going to do is they're going to go, okay, if you're going to force me to do that, then when people come in to order their food, they're going to be greeted by iPads at the front, not people.
Oh, wow.
And they're going to order their food off of iPads, and the people that we're going to have are going to be the people in the back making the food, and I can have half as many people working for me, I can pay half as many, and I can still meet the demands of society saying that I need to pay people more.
Well, then let's turn it around. Then let's say McDonald's can say, "Oh, we can have people who are there to individually help you. We can have butlers and tons of people working behind the counter, so you get your food so much quicker.
Wow.
But we're going to pay everybody $3 an hour.
Yeah.
That
But
works.
who's going to work for that?
Restaurant
Nobody's going to work
industry.
for that.
But that's a
Nobody
lot.
should work for
Especially now that there is a minimum wage that is so much higher. People are going to say, "Well, I'll go over to Arby's, who pays a little more." And so that's where the competition comes in. That's where the free market works. Is that Arby's says, take what's the place that every time that we go to the West Coast, I swear to God that I'm going to go there. Oh, In-N-Out. In-N-Out. It's for some reason the last 3 trips that my family, my wife and son and I have taken to anywhere where there's an In-N-Out burger. Yeah. Every time that we get there, it's either closed or I
guess it's out.
Yeah, it's out. It's not in. Yeah.
definitely
But
out.
I'm like,
You're not getting in.
if I don't have an In-N-Out burger in the next year, I'm going to die, I think. But they pay their people $12
Put it in your book
to
so they're
$15
forced to
an
give
hour.
you an
Okay.
In-N-Out burger.
So you go there, you get excellent service. It's very clean. The workers are super efficient because they're hiring the best people because they have a good pool of people coming in, right? So McDonald's, if they want to give better service, they're going to pay more so that they can get better people. But they're looking at it as, well, people have a certain expectation of us, and we can maintain that expectation and still make money, and so we can continue to pay people
Starbucks
a low wage.
chose to give people health insurance after 3 months.
No, and also university benefit, which is great.
Oh, that's-
And
yeah,
just some
that too.
University benefits, that must be super duper.
I know. I just think if you let capitalism just be capitalism, all companies would pay $4 an hour.
But
because
they wouldn't
could.
survive. They just wouldn't survive. People wouldn't work for them. They'd go work for the
They wouldn't
company
in
that pays a little
recession.
more. It's the same thing as like what we see right now in the public sector in teaching, right? The salary schedule that we have here in Greeley needs to be fixed.
No kidding.
And I'm a 10-year teacher. I'm still being paid as a second-year teacher.
Wait, they have tenure in high school?
They have
No,
tenure.
not tenure.
Oh,
I'm
sorry.
a 10th year
10th year, I'm
teacher.
sorry.
But they do have
being paid
tenure
as a
even
second-year
in the primary school system back home and high school system. Your family they have tenure. In the public schools they
And we
tenure
have
them when
kind
they
of
go.
a form of tenure.
Yeah,
Like it does.
yeah.
It's not to the extent where it used to be, which is I'm actually glad that it's not, because I don't think people should be immune to.
We always have that discussion. It can be dangerous. Yeah.
But if there's a bunch of people that we have that keep leaving Greeley because they can get paid more in Fort Collins, or they can get paid more in and they have the money to do it, and so they do. Whereas Greeley is kind of struggling right now. They're doing a lot better. They've been cutting from the top down and freeing up some money, and so they're going to be able to pay teachers a little better and bring in some new folk. But we're seeing the issue here at UNC, I've been hearing this, is that teacher candidate numbers have dropped, and there are less people going into teaching. But part of it too is that the demands on teaching are so much higher now.
Wow.
So you have more demands on teaching. The pay hasn't gone up, and so people are leaving. And it's the same thing at
can't blame 'em.
McDonald's.
Yeah.
If you have more demands on people and you don't raise the pay, people are going to leave, and then their business is going to go under because they won't have the people.
When the government cuts school funding, as 15% less going to the university than were 10 years ago, because they cut it out of the budget back during the Bush Depression.
Sure.
That's where money has to come from too.
Right. Well, yeah, but there are so many different variables that play into everything. That if you change one thing, there are unintended consequences that suddenly now you got to change 5 others, and then there's unintended consequences of that. And that's why the more bureaucracy that you have, the bigger the government is. Government is not there to run our lives. It's there to protect us. And it's, once you start putting more and more people in charge of things, it just gets more and more muddied. It's too many cooks in the kitchen.
Wow.
I don't disagree with that. I do not. Yeah. Shall we?
But that's only my personal, humble philosophy.
The philosophy of Brion Humphrey.
And now nobody's going to go buy my book.
Oh, I don't think so.
The next John Locke, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
Are you Locke or Hobbes? I can never tell them apart. I don't know. Are you? Who else?
He reminds me of a friend of ours who shall go nameless.
Okay, you'll have to tell me off mic because it's nameless at the moment.
Yes, of course.
Now, it's 10:30, by the way.
Sure,
10:30 in the afternoon, Mountain Time,
Yes.
here at the University of Northern Colorado, where we do the Dave's Gone By radio program of the air with me, Dave Lefkowitz, my darling wife Joyce, and we've been joined by Brion Humphrey. Now, Brion, if you want to stay a little longer, we're going to do Greeley Crimes Old Times.
Oh my gosh.
It's not as scary as a zombie. I think he can handle
If
it.
you can-
I think I got about 15 more minutes before my wife kills me.
So we'll start. Let's bring up the music.
Let him guess them then, David.
Yeah, no, I just need to do of course, our special music. Do Midtown.
Okay, you've got to get rid of this, Bubba. Greeley Crimes Old Times, which are taken from two different columns in our local newspaper, the Greeley Tribune. One is called the Greeley Cop Log or Crime Beat. They change it every week. Of actual phone calls that came into the dispatch at Wells County Police Departments. People calling for police help when they don't always necessarily need it, or in the way that they think they need it. And then there's a guy named Mike Peters who does a column based on what was in newspapers here in Greeley, Colorado 100 years ago. So he's looking in May and June of 1916. And you know, don't be reading now you won't be able to... He's going to guess them,
He'll
so I
guess
can
them.
read it.
So
Okay.
do you want to read some of them?
No,
Literally read them?
you're much better.
Okay. Are you ready, Brion?
Yes.
And Brion Humphrey is joining us.
The appropriate sound.
Greeley authorities went to Habitat Lane on a report of a cat stuck under a car.
This is an emergency.
It turned out the cat wasn't stuck at all. It was just lounging on the muffler.
So ask him.
It left and it did not appear injured.
Okay.
Greeley Crimes or Old Times?
Greeley Crimes.
What made you think that?
I don't know. It just seemed a little modern.
Yeah,
Probably
the
the
car.
car.
Yeah.
Well, they had cars in 1916, but yeah.
Otherwise, but 1916, I don't think it would necessarily be lounging under a horse and cart.
Under the auger machine, you know. The automobile. All right, let's try another one.
Okay.
You're 1 for 1. Here we go.
So far.
You do better than I do.
Authority, well, yeah, this one's kind of obvious. Authorities responded to 15th Street
Okay.
because a man called 911, which they all did back in 19...
Sure. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was 9, just 9 then. It was 9.
Well,
Called 9.
no, he dialed XIII. No, actually, what
would that be?
LX, or what is it?
I have
IX?
no idea.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it be IX?
Yeah. The man said he did something bad. However, he wouldn't say what.
And it's not a plot of your book, so
I did something bad.
really.
He whispered to a woman in a restaurant who was about to kill. There you go.
Old Times.
No!
Oh, okay.
You're now one for one instead of
One and
no,
one.
you're 1 for 2. Yeah.
One for two.
Yeah. 1 and 1.
One and one.
No, that was New Times. Well, there's 911. Well, of course, it was New Times.
I don't know.
All right.
1916, they didn't have
No.
911.
No.
They had like operators that
Yeah.
would
Operator, get me 911.
You just send the horse. Go ahead.
hit me the police.
Lassie, go.
Get me the McDonald's. I think they're charging 2 cents. A Johnstown farmer is threatening to sue the Cheyenne, Wyoming Police Department. Unless his false teeth are returned to him soon.
Who took them?
That's what you get when you eat a little America, you know?
Well, this fella was in Cheyenne when he got drunk on Wyoming whiskey, was taken to jail overnight. In the morning, when he sobered up, he paid his fine and was released, but it wasn't until he sat down to eat that night that he noticed his false teeth were missing. He can't eat any solid foods because he's a hard-working farmer and he needs beef to keep up his strength. The teeth were either taken or lost while he was in jail.
Now, were the teeth made out of wood?
It doesn't say.
I'm going to say old times.
Yes!
All right. Woo!
2 and 1.
2 and 1.
Oh,
Yeah.
go
And by
ahead.
the way, they didn't send police car back then for Steve. They just sent a chopper.
Or a chomper.
Like, yes, thank you very much. Authorities were summoned to 10th Street because the caller wanted to know what drugs look like.
Do I have drugs?
Is it illegal to have them?
Can I try it to see?
Can you show me what do we do with this stuff?
What do drugs
right,
yeah.
Okay. Wow.
That's a
Well,
tough
you were
one.
very careful because you said summoned. So I'm going to say New Times.
He got it.
Greeley
He's
Crimes.
really-
I have to say
you're
Greeley.
good.
What is Greeley Crimes?
You're
for-
really
yeah.
good. He's
All right.
really
He's
good.
good at this. I know.
He's a ringer. He's a ringer.
I
You
see
showed him
that.
these beforehand.
All right. Authorities were summoned to a retail establishment in Greeley for a man in a winter jacket who kept coming in and out of the store. And then he peed on the bathroom floor.
Was it you?
No.
David, was it you?
No.
Okay.
No.
Oh, my Lord.
Not this time, anyway.
Wow. Old times.
Whoa. You tricked
No,
him.
I got him.
It was the
Okay.
summon part.
The
Don't let it
summoned in
fool
the
you.
retail establishment.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. He does that
Established
sometimes. David's clever.
1916.
Yeah, he does, you know.
Yeah. So, no, this
2
is
for 2.
recent.
I'm okay with 50%.
Wow.
Wait, no, you're doing great. Or are you
Since
three
it's
and
kind
two?
of a.
Yeah.
Is it 3 and 2? Maybe
like
3 and
that.
2. Yeah, 3
Yeah.
and 2. All right.
All right.
It's
Okay.
50-50 chance anyway, so I should at least be 50%.
Some of these are tricky.
Well, you know, our county clerk is taking some time off, a couple of days off, to go fishing in the mountains. After he heard, however, that fishing was not good at this time, he packed 6 fish to take with him. They're smoked trout. He said he doesn't like coming home without fish, and taking some with him will solve that
Oh, my
problem.
Lord. What?
So it's like no matter what, he's gonna.
Yeah, but you don't catch a smoked trout. Normally you catch them there raw, and then you cook them.
Unless they're from Boulder. Old times.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
You're good.
4 and
That's-
2, man.
Wow.
Meg is correct. That was an old-time story about trout fishing in America. Here we go.
Wow.
Gee, I wonder if he'll get this one. The women's Christian Temperance Union, appeared before the Greeley City Council to ask that all pool halls in town be closed permanently. The owners have broken several laws, the WCTU said, including allowing children inside, opening on Sundays, and selling liquor. The mayor has said, Mayor Thomas said he will investigate.
And you have
New
to say
Times?
it's not Garden City. It's not Garden
No, it's
City.
not Garden City.
Oh, this shows my lack of history. Well, how recent are unions? And I'm going to say old times.
The Women's Christian Temperance Union.
Yes.
You got to think about that one.
Well, they're still,
Yes.
they still have Daughters of the Revolution.
Oh, maybe
so
they
they
do,
still
yeah.
have some, some
Yeah.
names that sound more Arcadian.
All right, okay, you're doing really, really well,
You're
bro.
doing well for your first
All right.
time. You think he's the best scorer to be the first time.
Oh, yeah, totally.
So
Wow.
far.
Authorities responded to a report of an upstairs neighbor drilling and working late at night.
That's a plot, too, for
Upstairs drilling.
What's
Okay.
going on
But
there? Yeah.
the caller thought the neighbor might be putting recording devices in other people's homes.
Oh, excellent.
Yes.
This is a frequent call-in that,
Yeah.
that comes into the authorities about people planting things or people who don't exist doing things.
Now remember, these
Sure.
recording devices could have been Victrolas.
So that's you trying to throw. I'll say New Times.
Yeah.
Wow. You're doing really well. For the first time, you're doing well.
I know. Okay. Oh my God.
Oh my God.
Hit like a siren thing, or
We don't have that, a siren one, I don't think.
do an important thing.
Oh wait, that's not it. Hang on.
No.
Hang on. Well, that's a gun.
Come on, this is very important. Find the right sound effect.
No, it's not that.
No, that's not it. No.
Oh wait, how about?
What about the
I gotta wait for that to end. No.
Yeah, okay, yeah, you can.
Will
do
that work? Okay.
Try one more.
No.
No.
Well, maybe try the scream. Anything?
Do you have a scream on there?
There's
mouth
a-
open yet?
Oh wait.
That actually
Mouth
might
is
be
open.
appropriate.
Here's a scream.
Okay. Hobo alert! Hobo alert! Hobo alert! It's time. Yes, many times during this segment we get stories about hobos and chickens. This is a hobo alert.
Yes.
7 tramps.
7 tramps.
Yeah, I'm not talking about women in some of your high school productions. I'm talking about 7 tramps were arrested last night after they came to Greeley from Cheyenne inside a train boxcar. They refused to leave the boxcar and were arrested.
Wow.
Today, they're out working on farms in the area, which they agreed to do to stay out of jail.
Mm-hmm.
Old times.
They do this all the time. So if you were a hobo in Greeley, or I guess in Weld County, you were immediately stigmatized and then forced into work against your will.
Right.
And then if you didn't do it, or you had some kind of, you couldn't work or you weren't able, you were sent out of the county immediately.
They made you climb the wall back to Mexico. So
This was the hobo treatment back then. Yes.
Yeah.
All right.
So the police were not nice to vagrants back in the day. So what are you, 7 and 3 or 8 and 3 now?
He's probably
Something like that.
Yeah.
7. Yeah,
Pick
I don't know.
a tricky one.
Well, I mean, I'm trying. Well, when they're arresting 7 tramps in a boxcar. Unless Guthrie were still alive.
No, that's right, because we don't have a train now, so it's easy.
Yeah.
That was
Well,
a
and
given.
tramps is politically incorrect now.
Yeah, hobo.
Hobos. That's no.
That would be politically incorrect too. Huh?
Homeless.
Homeless.
Transient.
Transient, homeless.
The guy
what
who
would you
lives in the
say?
van outside Michener Library.
Underprivileged gentlemen of a ripe age.
Oh, I like that. Yes.
Maybe
Could be
not so
women
ripe.
though,
Maybe
so
some
maybe
were
not.
female
Yeah.
hobos. We
So,
don't know. We never
gentle
know. They
women.
don't give much detail about the hobos.
We call those sluts, I think.
Oh,
At least I do.
They
Hey.
could be kids. My poet
Yeah.
friend wrote a thing
Yeah,
about the
there you go.
orphan trains. They were wild out here.
Sure.
They get a train full of kids and you pick one. It's like, hey,
Oh, really?
free labor.
Yeah.
So we don't know who those hobos were.
Big Rock Candy Mountain, indeed. All right, here we go. Greeley police were summoned to a hospital
Okay.
on 16th Street for a report of a woman thinking that she was kidnapped. The woman
Another
kept
plot device.
and the
Sure,
kidnap.
sure.
Not a hobo though. The woman kept calling 911. She was telling dispatchers she wasn't sure where she was, or that she was told she couldn't leave the bed, and then she'd hang up again. Eventually, a nurse got on the phone and said the woman was going through withdrawal, and the staff would try to keep her from calling 911 again.
Yeah, that's very
Very
nice of them.
Yeah.
Greeley Crimes.
Yeah, really.
That's,
I'm not going to applaud for that because, it's
Well, you
so
picked
obvious.
it. You
A
picked that
hospital.
one.
Well, that's what's here.
This one you could do.
Well, I'm
Do
going
this
through.
one.
I'll start getting lost if I start doing the. Let me see.
Oh God,
another-
that one's so funny.
Okay. In another retail establishment, a drunk man would not leave the store and kept insisting he needed to clean himself up or something bad would happen.
Another plot device.
Yeah.
Another guy threatening something bad, but not actually saying
No.
what. Yeah.
Zika virus.
Maybe that's actually interesting. Very could be.
Oh,
you see how the mind works.
Clean himself up. Well, people don't do that these days. So, no, I would say Greeley crime.
So it's a new thing.
So a new thing.
Yeah, yes.
This one is so funny though.
All
Where's
right.
this one? Is
We'll get
really-
there. We'll get to
That's
it.
hysterical.
See, I'm no fun if I get all. I have to start losing some.
Yeah, you got to lose some of these.
No,
all right.
it's good to win. You can win. It's no worries.
Um,
Some of them are
a
just
Denver man
Mm-hmm.
claims that his son was kidnapped from Denver by a we were just talking about it, kidnapped from Denver by a Greeley farmer who wanted him to work in the beet fields.
There you go.
All right.
The man did not say if his son wanted to work on the farm or not. The man just wanted to know where his son is now and who the farmer was who took him.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Old.
Yes.
Damn, this man can't
He's
be beat.
good. He's like
Well, I
Jeopardy
haven't seen
Ken.
any beet farms, and I know that they're all out in Fort Morgan and Brush.
Well, that used to be our big crop. It was beets,
Yeah.
sugar, taters, and then oil.
Used to
He's
be.
like
That's the
Jeopardy
key.
Ken. He's like Jeopardy
I know.
Ken. You can't beat him.
He's too damn
He
smart.
just
He's a
knows
writer.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
Studying too hard.
I want to push this button, but I have to lose one to push it, so I'll wait.
Okay. Well, all right. Here's one.
This one can be.
Was it retail?
This
We'll
one
get
can-
there. A man was in a convenience store, and wait, no, that's we just did that one. Sorry. This is a grocery
Okay.
store, and the man stood at the self-checkout for over an hour without realizing he had not swiped his card.
Like,
Kid,
don't you say
drugs
like,
are bad?
Like,
I
excuse
love
me,
people.
sir, can somebody please
Right.
help me check out? You know, it doesn't register my bag or the weight of the
Would you
grocery.
stand for an hour?
You know, it had to have been like Safeway, because
See,
At night, they don't have anybody. You've
He's
gotta-
ready
well,
to
I
go
think
to.
most of the day they don't have anybody.
Really?
Yeah, it's always very empty.
wow.
Sorry, Safeway.
He's deductive in this.
So yeah, I would say new.
Yeah.
Also because I don't like self-checkout.
Self-checkout is-
Came
yeah.
around like 5 years ago.
You know what that would be called back then?
What?
Armed robbery.
I like
my
that
stuff.
self-checkout. That's awesome.
I'm
Okay.
self-checking out.
Let's try another. By the way,
Yeah.
just to keep your eye on the thing, it's
Yes.
10 to 11.
Okay,
How are you
I
doing?
should probably head out soon.
All right, let's do one. Do the one that you think is really.
Oh,
you
you're
want
not
me
going to
read it or
get
you can read
them.
it?
Let's see. These are so awful.
Well, yeah. Well, that's the point. Well, I'll just do the next one.
Yeah,
then.
pick one.
Authorities were called to 14th Avenue for a woman yelling at the ground.
Okay. Wow. That's all you're gonna give me.
Some of
Yeah,
these
that's
are
all I
just-
got.
Yeah.
Some of these are more. That's a tricky one.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm
'Cause
gonna say
there's no temporal element of
right
ground yelling
at
You
all.
couldn't-
And like 14th, I'm assuming has been here
Here
that
for-
long.
right.
So
14th
Exactly,
is always downtown, probably more downtown.
Oh,
Years
might have
ago it
been
was
that,
probably
yeah.
the edge
Right.
of town.
Yeah.
Now it's more downtown.
I'm just for old time's sake, I'm gonna say old times.
Oh, do your sound effects.
Burn!
Oh, that's not a very loud one. That's right. There we go. Okay.
Yeah. You know, she was yelling, no, but you're dirty. I'm going to wipe the floor with you. No, just
my
kidding.
goodness.
You let people walk all over you. No, just kidding. Just kidding, ladies and gentlemen.
Gosh.
I think we'll leave it there because we want Brian was going to spend a half hour with us. He's been kind enough to spend nearly 2 hours in the neighborhood, which is enough to destroy anybody's psyche, I
This
guess.
was fun. I enjoyed that.
Well,
Good.
and he
That's
left a victor of the Greeley Crimes in Old Times.
Well, yeah.
Woohoo!
You're our Jeopardy Ken of Greeley Crimes in Old Times.
People don't even do this well on Wait, Don't Tell Me. I'm telling you.
Man.
So congratulations.
Thank you. Thank
we have
you.
a lovely
Thank
parting gift. We have a really old, ratty mouse pad.
you. Oh,
No,
good.
you should let him go in the. There's a closet of T-shirts.
Yeah, let's tell
And
that
you
to
can-
everybody listening.
Right.
That we have a giant closet.
Well, you tried to give me a non-functioning microwave earlier, so
Yes.
It's not non-functioning. It's marginally
Malfunctioning.
It's a magnificent microwave oven.
But
is,
David,
yes.
I was referring to the closet of T-shirts
Yeah.
because he writes scary stuff. But
Yes.
he has no idea of fear. You go in the
Until I go in
closet, in that closet of T-shirts, you will have new appreciation.
They're not as nice as this one.
Oh yes.
No, but actually, for being a great, fine, fun guest, if you promise to wear it here and there, we can probably give you a T-shirt and a really old raggy mouse pad.
Wow, not that one.
They've never been used, but they just look old and raggy, and I don't know why.
Right.
They're
Interesting.
distressed. It's just the look. It's
Yes.
distressed
Yeah,
look.
yeah, it's distress to look at them. Anywho, Brian
Cool.
Humphreys, your email, your
Your email.
Your
Let's give him
URL
your
again.
cell phone.
Yeah. So Brian Brion Humphrey .wordpress.com.
WordPress.
Yeah, and I'm on Twitter at Brion Humphrey.
Brion Humphrey. And forgive me, I kept saying Brion Humphreys. You're
That's okay.
singular.
Yes.
There's only one of you at this point.
That's right.
Unless you figure out how to clone yourself in one of your weird imaginings.
We don't know this is the real him. It could be some kind of a robotic or simulation of Brion. We don't know.
This is true.
Yeah.
This is true.
That's how I get so much done.
Yeah.
Now that would make complete and utter sense. Well, thank you, Brion. Thank you so much for
Thank you very much.
being with us, man.
Oh, it's been a pleasure. Thank you.
So, Brion Humphreys, ladies and gentlemen, here in the neighborhood on Dave's Gone By on this Saturday, June 25th, 2016. You want to go help him maybe find a T-shirt or something?
Sure, why don't you play music?
Yeah, I'm going to go into the next, the Saturday segue.
Okay.
So, let me just tell folks what that is. Amazingly enough, for 2 hours into the show, we've just started. We've got Inside Broadway coming up. We've got Saturday Segues. We're going to do a 90th birthday celebration for Mel Brooks turning 90 years old this coming week. I forgot, we've got our Bob Dylan Sooner and Later segment where we play Bob Dylan music every week. And I went to see Bob Dylan last weekend right here in Colorado. He was in Red Rocks, and it was quite an experience. So we're going to play a couple of the songs that he sang during his set list in Red Rocks last weekend. So all of that coming up here on Dave's Gone By. I want to remind you that we couldn't do this program or any program on this radio station without our wonderful sponsors, and those include Blackjack Pizza. For those who love pizza, they've got some amazing deals, including a 5-topping large pizza for only $11.99 or an extra-large 1-topping pizza, including a 2-liter bottle of soda for only $9.99. Blackjack right here in Greeley, or give them a call, 970-356-2500, 970-356-2500, or maybe you want something a little heavier than dairy. You're more of a meat eater like I am. What about the Wing Shack? Proud to support both UNC and the Greeley community. In fact, they started here, and they're just growing and growing. They've got 2 locations in Greeley. One is over on 8th Avenue in Garden City. The other is up on on the west side on 65th Avenue, but now they've opened one in Fort Collins. I think they have one in Loveland and Windsor. So congratulations to the Wing Shack, but they are still here, open 7 days a week until midnight, serving delicious boned and boneless wings and all these delicious kinds of dipping sauces. You don't want to miss it. The Wing Shack, and again, we thank them and the and Blackjack Pizza for supporting this student-run volunteer radio station. It's really huge that they help us do what we do. Well, let's move on to our very first Saturday segue of the morning, this Saturday morning. It's called In the News. And so I play some songs that have to do with stuff that's been going on in the world at large. Current events. Has been a very busy week in the world, and there may be some stuff coming up in the week ahead. So you have to wonder, you have to think, why is Dave playing that? What is that song? but besides him being
is he talking to the ground?
Yeah. And so, with that in mind, and knowing all the things that have been going on in the world and in popular culture and in news, let's start our first Saturday segue with a song from a band that everyone has pretty much forgotten until a week or so ago. This is a band called Spirit and a song called Taurus.
There's a lady who's sure all that glitters is gold, and she's buying a stairway to heaven. And when she gets there, she knows if the stores are closed, with a word she can get what she came for.
Whoa, and she's buying a stairway to heaven.
There's a sign on the wall, but she wants to be sure. And you know sometimes words have two meanings. In a tree by the brook, there's a songbird who sings. Sometimes all of our thoughts are misgiven.
Whoa, whoa, and she's buying a stairway to heaven.
There's a feeling I get when I look to the west, and my spirit is crying for leaving. In my thoughts I have seen rings of smoke through the trees, and the voices of those who stand looking.
Whoa, whoa, and she's buying a stairway to heaven.
And it's whispered that soon, if we all call the tune, then the piper will lead us to reason. And a new day will dawn for those who stand long, and the forests will echo with laughter. And it makes me wonder,
if there's a bustle in your hedgerow, don't be alarmed now.
it's just a spring clean for the May Queen.
Yes, there are two paths you can go by, but in the long run,
There's still time to change the road you're on.
your head is humming and it won't go, in case you don't know.
The piper's calling you to join him.
Dear lady, can't you hear the wind blow? And did you know
Your stairway lies on the whispering wind. And as we wind on down the road, our shadows taller than our soul, there walks a lady we all know, who shines white light and wants to show how everything still turns to gold. And if you listen very hard, the tune will come to you at last, when all our one and one is all, to be a rocket, not to roll.
oh, and she's buying a stairway to heaven.
There's a lady who's sure all that glitters is gold, and she's buying a stairway to heaven. And when she gets there, she knows if the stores are closed, with a word she can get what she came for.
I can't sing somehow. I think about her almost all the time. Well, the day she went away, I made myself a promise that I'd soon forget we ever met. But something sure is wrong, 'cause I'm so blue and lonely I forgot to remember to forget.
Crops are all in, the peaches are rotting, the oranges are piled in their creosote dump. They're flying you back to the Mexico border to pay all your money to wade back again. My father's own father, he waded that river. They took all the money he made in his life. My brothers and sisters come working the fruit trees, and they rode the trucks till they took down and died. Goodbye to my one, goodbye Rosalita, adios mi amigos, Jesus y Maria. You won't have a name when you ride the big airplane, and all they will call you will be deportees. Some of us are illegal and others not wanted. Our work contract's out and we have to move on. 600 miles to the Mexico border. They chase us like outlaws, like rustlers and thieves. We died in your hills and we died on your deserts. We died in your valleys, we died on your plains. We died in your trees and we died in your bushes. Both sides of the river, we've died just the same. Goodbye to my one, goodbye Rosalita, adios mi amigos, Jesus y Maria. You won't have a name when you ride the big airplane, and all they will call you will be deportees. Sky plane caught fire over Los Gatos Canyon. Like a fireball of lightning, it shook all our hills. And who are these friends, all scattered like dry leaves? The radio says they are just deportees. Is this the best way we can grow our big orchards? Is this the best way we can grow our good fruit? To fall like dry leaves and to rot on your topsoil and be known by no name except deportees. Goodbye to my one, goodbye Rosalita, Adios, mi amigos, Jesus y Maria. You won't have a name when you ride the big airplane, and all they will call you will be deportees.
The pound is sinking, the peso's falling, the lira's reeling, feeling quite appalling. The mark is holding, franc is fading, the drachma's very weak, but everyone's still trading. You can't see the trees for the forest. Your father was an extraordinary man, but you don't seem to have inherited many of his mannerisms. Oh, any of his mannerisms. The dollar's moving, the ruble's rising. Hardly seems surprising. The market's fallen, has fallen right out, and only the Star Wars survivors. Hear me, my lover. Hear me, lover. Can't be held responsible now. Oh no, it wasn't for something that didn't happen. Sinking, the peso's falling, the lira's reeling, feeling quite appalling.
Well, of course the pound would sink. I mean, that's why it's called a pound and not an ounce. Anywho, sorry. Paul McCartney there, capping our first Saturday segue of this Saturday morning, January, good Lord, June 25th, 2016, here in the neighborhood on Dave's Gone By, playing a few songs that had to do with stuff going on in the news of the world. And that was The Pound is Sinking, courtesy of Paul McCartney from his Tug of War album. Of course, that's an easy one. The song related to in the news, Britain doing its Brexit, leaving the European Union. And of course, when news of that hit, just because of the sheer instability of it, the pound went down to $1.35 equivalent on the market. So the one good thing is, if you've been thinking about visiting England and it's too expensive because it's like $1 gets you, or it's like £1.60 to the dollar, it's now only £1.35. And who knows, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday next week it could go even closer to 1 for 1 on the dollar, which would make, as admittedly Donald Trump says, England a really great place to do tourism right now. Who knows what else will happen with leaving the European Union? Who knows what will happen with the European Union at this point? Will these bigger countries want to keep bolstering the more problematic little ones, per se? And meanwhile, our stock market dipped 600 points, which I admit kind of surprised me. I thought it would open really, really low. It would go down like 400 points and then bound back to about a loss of 200 or 300 points for the day. Because instability is the thing that the market is most concerned about. Once things stabilize and everybody takes a deep breath, the market starts working its way back. So I was a little surprised that it opened about 400 points down, and then by the end of the day was down 600. But who knows? We'll see what happens next week and towards the 4th of July holidays. But certainly, lot of fallout, lot of ramifications of England leaving the EU. Of course, David Cameron resigning his prime ministership. I don't think that's immediate. I think all of these things will take some time to shake out and fall out. And I'm not even sure how I feel about them. Like so many things, I'm kind of on the fence with both people on both sides of the fence hollering different things at me. With one side saying this is the worst thing to happen to Europe since World War II, because they're all going to be against each other now, and this idea of a united Europe in peacetime and helping each other and being part of one thing, and now it's the economies will collapse and they'll start fighting each other. And then on the other side saying that the European Union was not a good idea to begin with, that it worked for some countries a lot better than it worked for others, and nobody wanted to share another country's debt. And also there is the idea of nationalism. If you live in a country like England, which goes back to what, the 1000s really, if not before, as Great Britain, do you really want to lose your pound, your shilling, and just give it over to this generic thing called a euro? No, not really. I mean, you can call it, it may spread into ideas of overt fascism, nationalism, racism even. But just to say, hey, I'm English and my grandpa grew up with a pound sterling, whatever, and it's good enough for him, it's good enough for me. Why do we have to go into this pan-Euro economy? We are our own country, and you can say that without being a racist or without being hateful of other nations around you. So I don't know. But I do know that we played The Pound is Sinking from Paul McCartney and Tug of War in honor of, as it were, Britain doing its Brexit. Now, we started our Saturday segue of songs in the news with a tune by the band Spirit, a song called Taurus that I wouldn't have nobody really known about, except it bopped into the news the past few weeks because the surviving members of that band were suing Led Zeppelin and Jimmy Page and Robert Plant for writing this song called Stairway to Heaven that they say stole from the Spirit song. And when you hear that string, that theme, that dum 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 da 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 dum, and the kind of the very the synthy strings on it and the very gentle plucked guitar. I mean, it isn't just the notes themselves or the melody, but the whole beginning sound of it. You hear that and you think they're going to go into Stairway for Heaven, and they don't. Stairway to Heaven, and they don't. So when you listen to that 15-second maybe piece from Spirit, from their song Taurus, you can be convinced, hey, well, obviously, somewhere along the line in his drug-stupid haze, Page or Plant heard that. And maybe they didn't even remember where they heard it. They heard it on a jukebox. They heard it on a radio, FM, freeform radio. They played it once or twice. And, and they tucked it in their brain somewhere. And then at some point they went into the studio and took the very beginnings of that and then grafted a whole different song onto it. So the Spirit people lost the case. They lost the copyright case this week. The ruling was, there were two different things going on, because the lawyers were arguing, A, that it wasn't stolen, that you can't, just because a little bit of it sounded like another song doesn't mean they stole the song. And then there was even a whole second thing about that the Spirit people didn't even really own the copyright to the original song, all that stuff. Anyway, Zepp won, the Spirit lawyers lost. But you can hear why Spirit may have had an argument, just as way back in the day, George Harrison had to defend My Sweet Lord from the people who wrote He's So Fine. Da 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 da. I mean, there's obvious similarities, but is it stealing? If a rapper uses a sample, is it stealing? They're still figuring all that stuff out. So this is just another, I wouldn't say it's going to be setting a lot of precedents. I think it's just an isolated incident where, they say, okay, yeah, this sounds a little bit like that, but the other 6.5 minutes of Stairway to Heaven sounds like Stairway to Heaven and nothing else. Anywho, and people were kind of rooting against Led Zeppelin because they did take riffs and ideas and song themes and things from tons of black blues artists over the years and didn't pay a penny for that. But again, it's like the Bob Dylan thing. You borrow a little bit because music is that way, and you create something of your own. And sure, there's echoes of what you took from, sometimes more than that, but you suddenly have to pay someone every time you take a word of theirs or a phrase or a musical idea. I don't know. There's a lot of different sides of it, but this time Zeppelin won its side, and we played Taurus by Spirit, and we played Stairway to Heaven, although obviously that was not the Led Zeppelin version. Had to be a little weird here since we're in the neighborhood. That was Tiny Tim doing Stairway to Heaven. Yeah. Following that, since we were talking about George Harrison, played a little bit of rare Beatles there from their Live at the BBC collection, I Forgot to Remember to Forget. That was the name of that song. I Forgot to Remember to Forget. It's a standard that they were covering. Why did I play that? Well, last weekend, Pixar's film Finding Dory had the biggest weekend ever for an animated film, 135 million, I think that's just domestic, which beat out 2007's Shrek the Third. And this Remember to Forget thing, of course, the character of Dory is forgetful. She has very bad short-term memory. In the first film, that was just played for laughs and a plot point. In this one, we see that Dory has actual real memory problems. It becomes sort of a whole main theme of the new film Finding Dory as opposed to Finding Nemo. But anyway, that's why we played that Beatles tune, and then we followed it with Arlo Guthrie doing his dad's song, Deportees. Usually it's called Deportees singular, but on the Arlo Guthrie album it's Deportees, and that has to do with the Supreme Court vote this past week, a split vote, as they're all going to be from now on until the next president, where because they split, they won't implement Barack Obama's plan to find out something to do with all the aliens here. Well, they could be deported now. Obama was trying to figure out a way to have them stay and become on the path to green cards and citizenship. Now that won't happen. They won't be shielded. The undocumented won't be shielded from deportation. So they may be named Rosalita, but what they will be called is deportee here in America, here on Dave's Gone By, doing our Saturday segue of songs in the news. And that was followed by McCartney's The Pound is Sinking to cap our Saturday segue of songs in the news. It's 11:23 in the morning already. We're here on Saturdays from 9 until noon or thereabouts. We'll definitely venture into the whereabouts part today, as we do every Saturday in the neighborhood here at the University of Northern Colorado in Greeley, Colorado. Very thankful that we get to do Dave's Gone By every week for you. Part of that is due to our good friends at Hewlett Minuteman Press, the copy kings of Broadway. Since the mid-1970s, the Torong family has owned and operated Hewlett Minuteman Press. It's their franchise in Hewlett, Long Island, right in the heart of town, 2.5 blocks from the LIRR station. It's right across the street from the big Petco that's there now. The main thing is you go in there, any job, big or small, from copying a one-sided black and white document to doing these big presentations with binders and binding, perfect binding, or you got those curlicue side-binding things. Plus, they do banners and postcards and balloons. They can put your logo on all sorts of items, from notebooks to golf clubs to hats to shoes to Mylar balloons. It doesn't matter. Plus, they'll do greeting cards and holiday cards. I mean, I know we just started the summer, but you might want to think about ordering those Jewish New Year cards for the late summer, early fall. And of course, if you have wedding invitations to do, Hewlett Minuteman Press can do all of that and more. Anything to help build your business and get the word out. Promote your product idea, your service, your logo on calendars, pen and pencil sets, or just doing your basic black and white or color copying. So find out more by going to Hewlett Minuteman in Hewlett. You can also find them on the web, and you can call them 516-569-5577. Area code 516-569-5577. And remember, if you tell them Dave sent you, you get 10% off any job, big or small. Dave from Dave's Gone By. Just go to Hewlett Minuteman Press and tell them Dave sent you, that I actually do have listeners, and that they buy things and they copy things and print and bind and design things, and you want Hewlett Minuteman's help. Well, I thank you for helping me and helping this program by tuning in, by streaming us live on the web, or by going to davesgoneby.com and listening to our archives there. Like, if you missed some of our wonderful chat with author Brion Humphrey in the first hour or so of the program, or you want to say, hey, that was so great, and you want to get your writer friends or other friends to listen to it, give us a day and we'll have that online. And you can listen to it as many times as you want, download it or stream it. It's all in the archives of davesgoneby.com. Now, we're reworking the website. It's taking a while, but there'll be a new Dave's Gone By website in a couple of weeks. And it'll have the same stuff. We'll keep the archives, but our website is still there now. You go to the archive section, you can listen to every show virtually that we've ever done, or you can just listen to the interviews with folks who've been on the program. Both of them real simple to surf and scroll down and find something from the hundreds and hundreds of hours that we've done here on the show to listen to. Well, one of the segments that we like to do every week here in the Daverhood is celebrate the theater. I mean, we just spoke with a director and an actor and a theater teacher, Brion. So obviously I'm a big fan and lover of the theater. I've been a theater critic for more than 25 years. So I like going inside Broadway. I like talking about what's happening on and off Broadway on the stages of New York. And we call that segment Inside Broadway. Inside Broadway, a look at theater in New York, Colorado, and beyond, brought to you by TotalTheater.com and Performing Arts Insider, the Bible of Broadway. Inside Broadway we go, every week on Dave's Gone By. Now, we've gotten through the Tony Awards. That was a week and a half ago already. And so stuff is starting to shake itself out both for the summer and already into the new Broadway season, and the season even beyond that. So there's some Broadway news. Things are cooking on the Great White Way. For example, a musical version of the cult French film Amélie. It's kind of a comedy fantasy film. It was the movie that kind of made Audrey Tauto's name. A musical version of Amélie is targeted and very likely will reach Broadway in the spring of 2017. So it'll be this season, featuring Hamilton's Tony-nominated actress Philippa Sue, starring as Amélie. It's a musical. It's got a book by Craig Lucas, a very respected veteran playwright, adapting the film by Jean-Pierre Jeunet, music by Dan Massey. I can't say that I am familiar with him, or with lyricist Nathan Tyson, but Pam McKinnon, who won a Tony Award for directing that last edition of Who's Afraid of Virginia Woolf, she will be directing Amélie, which will first try out in California at the Amundsen Theater in Los Angeles, and then, assuming reviews are decent or better than that, it'll hit Broadway next spring. So Amélie coming to Broadway. Now, a show that is on Broadway and is going to stay on Broadway, but is going to move on Broadway, is The Humans, the Tony-winning drama by Stephen Karam. It's also Pulitzer-nominated, I believe. Well, The Humans has been playing at the Helen Hayes Theater, a relatively smaller Broadway theater. They're going to close on July 26th, but they're not going to end. They're not going to stop. The Humans is actually becoming a pretty popular play. So they're going to move it to a bigger theater, to the Gerald Schoenfeld Theater, another Schubert house, and they're going to reopen there August 9th. It's, I don't know. I think that's a very, very risky move. I mean, it took The Humans a while to start beefing up its box office grosses, but it has. It's doing very well at the box office in something like a 400 or a 500-something seat theater. They're going into a much larger house, almost twice the size, after closing for 2 weeks to move the set and regroup it and rebuild it and bring everybody back, and then start all over there with not a musical hit, but a play with some dark themes in the middle of the summer. I don't know. I think that's gutsy. So I wish them well, moving The Humans to a different theater in late July and then reopening on August 9th. Well, since the Tonys have happened, the past season is well over and gone. So things, shake out. Stuff that's been running a while and doesn't want to go up against the things that are going to be opening on Broadway in the fall. Things start to shake out. For example, An American in Paris, that lovely production based on the old Gene Kelly movie. It's got all those songs by George Gershwin in it, and it's got a book by Craig Lucas, the same guy who's going to be doing Amelie. Well, the show has been pretty popular. It hasn't been a juggernaut or a huge hit. I think it's made its money back, but they have announced that they are going to be closing at the Palace Theater. I forgot to list the date on that, but it will have played 719 regular performances since its opening. I believe, let me just give me one moment. I believe they're going to run until like early January, so it's not as if they're suddenly going away. But they've announced a closing date, probably because some other musical really, really wants that theater, and they figure by that time we'll go through one more big holiday season and then close, because they won't want to run through another January, February. So it'll be, you got a few more months, actually, to catch An American in Paris. I like the show very, very much. Some wonderful dancing in it. Duh. Surprise. Not to mention such Gershwin songs as I Got Rhythm and Our Love Is Here to Stay. So, you might want to check that out. Something else you want to check out, by the way, if you love the theater, are two different things put out by the same company. One of them is Performing Arts Insider. It's a hard copy journal devoted to Broadway, off-Broadway, and even off-Broadway. It is the Bible of the entertainment industry. It is where people go if they want to find out all the detailed information about every single show on every stage of New York. If you go to the Broadway section, there are comprehensive listings of the authors, the lyricists, the choreographers, the actors in all the plays, all the designers, plus the agents and managers, the people who represent the folks putting on the shows and being in the shows. So if you wanted to contact them for whatever reason, maybe you're like Brian, you're an educator, and you have to put on a show in your high school or elementary school, and you have a question about how it was done in the original. Or you're just a fan, or you maybe have a business and you want an actor to do your voiceover and you'll hire them. Well, how do you contact those people? How do you find them? You go into the pages of Performing Arts Insider every month, sometimes twice a month, and you dip in there, and there are the managers and the agents and the press agents for the shows, and sometimes even direct emails for the folks who are making theater in New York. Now, it is not a cheap publication, but the folks who subscribe to Performing Arts Insider renew again and again, because they know that's the only place they can get all that information so succinctly put together in such an easy-to-use way. It's not digital. It's not a website. It is a hard copy magazine, and it's been around since 1944. If you want to find out more, go to performingartsinsider.com, performingartsinsider.com. And I should mention that Performing Arts Insider is put out by the Total Theater Company, and they've got a website that is absolutely wonderful and absolutely free, totaltheater.com. And you can go there and surf and find reviews of pretty much every show on Broadway, as well as a bunch of off-Broadway shows, regional theater, lots of even international theater. As a matter of fact, just this week, we posted 5 or 6 different reviews from the Stratford Theatre Festival in Ontario, Canada. It's a very venerable festival, and they're doing some amazing work, and then some not so amazing work this season at Stratford. If you want to read what our critic thought of those shows at the Stratford Festival, I think they did a chorus line there, and then they had a production of one of the Shakespeare plays, of course. Check it out. It's all at totaltheater.com. You go to the Criticopia section for reviews, and the Periodica section for interviews and articles. Absolutely free. Give it a look. totaltheater.com. Well, we're moving back to Broadway, and again, real fallout for a couple of different reasons. Big shock. Honestly, it was kind of a real shock this week when it was announced that Shuffle Along, or the making of the musical sensations of 1921 and all that followed. That big musical that opened at the very tail end of the season, directed by and conceived by George C. Wolfe, based on the old 1921 show Shuffle Along. It will be closing on July 24th at the Music Box Theater on Broadway. Now, this is a show that had some issues during its preview period. The first act, by all accounts, was absolutely sensational. And then there was some trouble with the second act. It was repetitious. It was more modern kind of narrated storytelling rather than the bubbly review that the first part was. So even during previews, they shut down for a week or two just to retool the show and do the second act. By the time it opened, they fixed a lot of what they had to fix, and most of the reviews were really, really glowing. Plus, they had in their pocket 6-time Tony winner Audra McDonald in a major role. Now, amazingly enough, this was the shock last month, Audra McDonald was not even nominated for a Tony Award this time, let alone win. And most people were saying, well, this is like the best Broadway performance she's given, and this one she doesn't even get nominated for? Hey, the glittering prizes, it happens. So she didn't get nominated. She didn't win. What Audra McDonald did get, however, was pregnant. So her days in the show were numbered because there's only so much dancing and performing in this heavy duty, heavy lifting Broadway acting you can do when you've got a baby in your stomach. So she was going to leave the show in the middle of July to rest and gestate a baby. Mazel tov to her. Problem is, this threw the show into a real quandary as far as box office, because people wanted to see it. George C. Wolfe is a great name on Broadway. It has Savion Glover doing the choreography, and he's going to go in it as a performer too. That was going to help, right? And they got some great reviews, glowing reviews. In fact, some of the not the Tony Awards, but some of the, I don't want to say lesser, but more minor awards like the Outer Critics Circle and the Drama Desk were giving Shuffle Along awards last season because they weren't considering Hamilton anymore. Hamilton had opened off-Broadway in the previous season. And so the Drama Desk and the Outer Critics Circle considered Hamilton a year and a half ago and gave it awards, and then they couldn't reconsider it when it moved to Broadway. So that opened the door for shows like Bright Star and Waitress and Shuffle Along to take some other awards. Well, Shuffle Along did. And even all of that did not help because people were paying to see Audra. So the show's been selling really, really well. But as soon as middle of July hit and people knew that Audra McDonald was leaving, and they got another actress to take her place and stuff, but even that, even with Glover, even with Wolf, even with the reviews, just, I guess it's a really, really expensive show to run, and they're gonna close it at a huge loss. I wish I could see it. I wish I were in New York to catch that one. It sounds fabulous, but if you want to, if you're interested, you have about a month now to catch Shuffle Along before it shuffles off this mortal coil on Broadway after only 38 previews and 100 regular performances. As I said, it was a real shock to hear that one closing, or would be closing, earlier in the week. And then a show that is also kind of shocking that announced its closing, the Tony-winning musical of the 2014-15 season, Fun Home, has announced that it will close on September 10th. So it's going to make it through the summer and go all the way through Labor Day, but then at Circle in the Square, it will end after 26 previews and 586 regular performances. That is not counting the 114 performances it did at the Public Theater off-Broadway before it moved to Broadway in 2014. Sam Gold directed Fun Home. It's all about, it's based on the graphic novel by Alison Bechdel, growing up with a father who was in the closet and tortured over it, and then also discovering her own gay sexuality and what that meant to a fracturing family, but also her blossoming when she goes to college and stuff. Really well done. You can always say that it was kind of still semi-limited in its audience, and it is a chamber musical. It's got 5 or 6 people in it, and that's it. And yet it works very, very well. Some people said it worked better at the Public Theater, and then it lost a little something when it moved to Broadway. But hey, it won the Tony Award. Did it win the Pulitzer? I don't think it did. But a lot of people, it's really very strong, admirable, impressive work. I wasn't terribly moved by it or taken with it when I saw it on Broadway months ago. Maybe because I'm perhaps not the most intended audience. Maybe I was also tired because I'd just flown in from Colorado. But it was a strong piece of work. And so I would recommend seeing Fun Home before it ends on September 10th at Circle in the Square on Broadway. And by the way, not just the musical won a Tony, but Michael Cerveris won, Sam Gold, the director, won, Lisa Kron and Janine Tesori won Tony Awards. Excuse me. Oh, see, I'm all choked up. I need my beverage. My shake. There we go. Forgive me. Okay, so we move to Fun Home, or from Fun Home, to a show that didn't do that great on the Tony Awards and has been doing okay at the box office. People figured that it would do a little better than it has been doing, but it's still there. Fiddler on the Roof is, doesn't seem to be in any imminent danger of closing, and they're trying everything they can to get the word out that there is a new Fiddler on the Roof on Broadway. It's got Danny Burston in it, who they're saying is one of the best Tebyas ever. He was our guest in the neighborhood a couple of years ago, so it's kind of nice to hear that. So, they're trying to do whatever they can to push this Fiddler, even though it hasn't been that long ago that Fiddler in another incarnation was on Broadway. Well, catch this fabulous theater news. The Carnegie Deli, the legendary classic Carnegie Deli in Manhattan, is making a sandwich dedicated to Fiddler on the Roof in conjunction with the show. Damn it, excuse me. Sorry, I've been talking a lot on this episode. I need to catch my breath. Well, the Carnegie Deli is collaborating with Fiddler on the Roof on a limited edition Fiddler on the Roof sandwich. It's being called, I kid you not, it's being called If I Were a Witch Man, as in, dash W-I-C-H. If I Were a Witch Man. And it's available in a limited time only now through the end of July. I'm reading this from the press release now. The gargantuan sandwich features 2 meats, brisket and corned beef, from the butcher Laser Wolf, of course, matched with Tevye the Dairyman's Swiss cheese, because it's holy. The idea of actually having cheese and meat together would not exactly be a Fiddler on the Roof, Orthodox Jews and Russia kind of thing, but be that as it may, there's Russian dressing for the Russians. There's coleslaw. I don't know how that is a coleslaw pun. Let me see that. Coleslaw. No, I'm sorry. No, I will not accept that. And Miracle of Miracle Whip. God. Although they say in a footnote that they're not actually using Miracle Whip, they are using mayo. So, and it's all on rye with, what else? A kosher pickle. So there you go. It's a corned beef and brisket sandwich, basically, that they've gussied up with cheese and with items that are Fiddler-esque. The only thing that's more shocking than Shuffle Along closing is the price of this sandwich. $29.99. Can you imagine going into a delicatessen and ordering a meat sandwich, albeit kosher? No, it can't even be kosher. It's not even kosher meat. It's just a really big sandwich. $29.99 for a freaking sandwich. Every time I wonder if I miss New York, I hear something like that. Because I would try that. I would go into the Carnegie Deli. Let me try that Fiddler sandwich. And it was like 12, 14, maybe even $15. I'd be like, okay, it's a big lunch, and I'd probably take half the sandwich home. But $30 for a sandwich? That's a blunder of blunders. That's like, that's, yeah. I'm trying to think of another Fiddler on the Roof pun. It's, if I were a rich man, I could afford to buy the Fiddler on the Roof sandwich at the Carnegie Deli. How's that? Good Lord. Anyway, one more story of a show closing on Broadway. We mentioned this last week. The closing announcement was a week ago, but the actual closing is tomorrow on Broadway at the Court Theater. Bright Star, the Steve Martin and Edie Brickell musical. It will have run 30 previews and only 109 regular performances. Well, this is another show that just got no love from the Tony Awards, beaten out by Hamilton, obviously, in a lot of things. They got 5 Tony nominations, including Best Musical, Best Score, and a marvelous actress in the lead, Carmen Cusack, but they didn't win any statues at all. They did release the soundtrack, not the soundtrack, the original cast recording of Bright Star on Ghostlight Records last week, which I'm sure will help if the show tours or people start doing it locally or regionally. But anyway, kind of sad. I liked the show. I can't say it was like greatest musical I've ever seen, but I certainly like the musical a lot more, or the music in it more than I like a lot of scores of modern musicals. And loved Carmen Cusack in the show. Thought it was a nice musical, a very pleasant show to watch, except for one really ugly thing that happens towards the end of the first act. That's kind of horrifying. I mean, it's important for the plot, but I think it kind of throws things literally overboard for a while. And you're wondering, how can the show recover its tone after showing a character doing that? But it does. And it's if you get a chance to see it either today or tomorrow, you have 2 or 3 more chances at the Court Theater to see Bright Star on Broadway. I absolutely do recommend it. I think you will like it. How can I be so sure? Well, let's hear a song from the musical, but not from the cast album that just got released. This is another one of those songs that Steve Martin and Edie Brickell wrote a couple of years ago when they were first germinating the idea for Bright Star, and they put it on one of the 2 albums that they did together leading up to making the musical. So this is from the album So Familiar, a song that ends up appearing in the musical, but this is Edie Brickell performing Heartbreaker with Steve Martin on banjo.
There goes our chance for happiness and all our hopes and dreams. I'll never get to see his face or know the boy he'd be. I can never go see him again. I could never hurt him with all this. How could you do such a thing? All of the plans we ever made, I have to let them die. There'll be no end to the parade of tears that we will cry. I can never go see him again, never hold him in my arms again. I can never tell him why. How could he ever love me now? Ooh, heartache. How could he ever love me now? Heartbreaker, heartbreaker. Look at what you done to me. You destroyed me. I can never go see him again, never look into his eyes again. I could never tell him lies. How could he ever love me now? Ooh, heartache. How could he ever love me now? You may as well have murdered me when you cast him away that night. All I have to live for has died. I can never go see him again, never hold him in my arms again. I could never break his heart.
Great song, huh? And kind of gives you a clue as to what the plot devices of the musical are. I wonder if you had no idea of the musical and you heard those lyrics, kind of wondering what on earth they were referring to. It was very clear in the musical, but so I'm not going to give it away. But nice music there from the So Familiar album. Edie Brickell with Steve Martin combining on the song and the musicianship, playing that on the Dave's Gone By radio program where it is 11:53 in the morning, Mountain Time, here in the neighborhood at the University of Northern Colorado in Greeley, Colorado. It is our 563rd episode. We've called it Hump Day for our guest, Brion Humphrey. We thank him so much for being with us in the first part of the show. Now, you figure this would be the last part of the show because it's almost noon, and we're here from 9 until noon, Mountain Time. But we tend to go overtime, especially when we have more to do. For example, we're going to do a Saturday segue of Mel Brooks comedy, because Mel Brooks is going to be turning 90 years old. So yay on that. But that's coming up. First, we're going to get musical with a person that I saw probably for the last time live. Not because he's going to stop, but just because, I've seen him quite enough times by now. But I'm glad overall that I went, despite everything, to see Bob Dylan.
Come
Gather round, people. It's time for Bob Dylan, Sooner and Later. Songs from all different times and phases of Bob Dylan's career. Everybody must get bobbed. Well, one assumes that Bob Dylan is in the twilight of his career. He's 75 or 76 years old at this point. His last two albums have been albums of Sinatra-era covers, not songs necessarily that Sinatra wrote, but songs that Sinatra sang, and Dylan loves that era, respects it tremendously, and he's put out two albums of standards done in sort of a very 4 a.m. Patsy Cline-ish country and western vibe. He makes some of the songs work for him, some not so much. He really has almost no voice left, and yet he perseveres. And that's, I believe, something to be grateful for. And so, when friends of mine said that they were going to get tickets to see Bob Dylan play Red Rocks in Colorado, it was an opportunity to see Bob Dylan one more time, because I'd seen him last, I think it was at Madison Square Garden, about 12 to 15 years ago. I'd seen him at Radio City, I think, years before that. And, of course, the first concert that I ever went to when I was, good Lord, well, in 1977 or 78. So I was 12 or 13, let me think, 4, 5, 6, 7. I was 13, 14 years old and went with my friend at the time to Madison Square Garden and then to the Nassau Coliseum. So we got tickets for both nights that he was in town in New York in the 1970s. My dad took me to one, and my mom took me to the other, and we all wore earplugs throughout most of it. I'd never been to a rock concert before. I was terrified and excited. I was overwhelmed by the volume of the thing. I was absolutely frightened by what seemed to be non-regular cigarette smoke in the air, hovering over the Nassau Coliseum especially, and worried about whether cops were going to swarm in and start busting people, or if I was going to get a contact high from inhaling other people's special smoke. Shows you how naive I was back in the day. But for the loudness, for the weirdness of being at a rock concert, I had a great time seeing Dylan all those years ago. And that was already when he was starting, shall we say, downhill. When he'd gone through the great years of the early 60s as a folk protest, well, he would disagree with that part, but a folk performer. And then, of course, the staggering, unmatched years of doing the rock and roll era of 65 to 66, then finding the Basement Tapes era and some country music, then roaring back in the mid-70s with the band and with Rolling Thunder and with Blood on the Tracks and Desire. And then something happened. He did Street Legal, which was the album in between Hard Rain and then getting into the Christian era that he did. And the songs were pretty good. His voice was not. His voice had changed irreparably. Now, it hadn't become this craggy ruin that it is now. It just became a lot more nasal and whiny and not as nice or fluid. Something, maybe he shouted it out during the Rolling Thunder tour and could never get it back. But I kind of liked the Street Legal album for what it was. I know a couple of years ago they remastered it, and people are saying, oh, well, the remastering now, it's a masterpiece. It was a wonderful album. It just was badly produced the first time. I don't know. Maybe not. All I know is I like Changing the Guard and some other songs on it. And I was a Dylan fanatic, as was my friend at the time. So we went. And so that was 1977, probably 78, when he came, and he had the backup singers. He was doing the glitzy Vegas sort of thing, talking to the crowd a little bit, saxophones, big band accompanying him, one of the singers he ended up marrying for a period of time. So, 40 years ago in my life, I went to see Dylan. I've caught him a couple of times since then. And now here it is. I'm 52 years old, living in Colorado with my wife, with my dogs, all the stuff I've done in my life, and now, one more time, going back. And it was also an excuse to see Red Rocks, which I never had. I haven't even driven past there. I've heard it was beautiful, I heard it was amazing. So we We go. We make a pilgrimage to Red Rocks to stay overnight in a hotel and come see Bob Dylan live on a beautiful... It was the first night of summer in Colorado. And it was hot as hell during the day, but as soon as that sun goes down, it was absolutely gorgeous, perfect weather, which was lucky because the concert was so crowded. And so it was sold out, but it was actually oversold, so that even though we had tickets, we had bought like $50 tickets to the show, which is obviously the cheapest tickets there, but still, tickets that entitle you to a seat. We couldn't find a frickin' chair. we literally, I had to stand through the first part of the concert all the way back, and not only that, but we had to park so far away that we had to walk about 1.5 miles virtually straight uphill. Now, this is near Denver already, so we're already 1 mile above sea level. This is going another mile above sea level. I'm managing. I'm not in the best of shape. I'm not in terrible shape. My friends, they were okay, but I invited another friend, someone who's actually been in the neighborhood, and he is in even worse shape than the three of us. And so we had no idea, he had no idea, when I had the spare ticket, that I would ask this poor man to schlep straight. I mean, it isn't like just, a gentle sloping whatever. It's like craggy earth and not paved and going up grass. And we thought he would have a heart attack halfway up to get to the concert. Because it's just straight up and around. And, when you think you're finally there, that's when you first hit the staircase to take you even higher. It was just... And meanwhile, we got there so late that we missed the opening act. We missed Mavis Staples. No, I'm not a gospel fan, so it made me go, never mind. I could take or leave Mavis Staples. No offense to her. But, I thought we missed Dylan. I thought we missed everything. I thought we'd have to just get on 911 and call an ambulance to to bring us all down and get our friend to the hospital. But, to his credit, he made it. He's okay. We got to and now this poor guy who has back issues, who has foot issues, and not to mention some other physical things going on, he doesn't even get to sit down. He's got to sit, towards the back on a bench. Can't even see the freaking concert, although he can hear it, because, we're late and everybody's just filled in whatever seats there were, because they're not assigned seats. It's general admission in the back, and there were just these long benches. So I was not the happiest camper when we finally got to see Bob Dylan live and in concert at Red Rocks. How was he? If you accept the fact that he has no voice left, and I do, if you accept the fact that he's not going to do the songs the way... Well, the new songs he will do the way they are on the albums, but he's not going to do the songs of the old style in the old ways. And I totally accept and welcome that in concert now. Thanks to Dylan, really, years ago, of saying, hey, if you want to listen to the album, listen to the album. I'm not going to do it the way it's on the... You can just put on the radio, put on the album to hear that. I'm going to do it the way I want to do it now. I totally accept and welcome that. So given those two parameters, hearing him in concert, for most of it, he was really on, and his phrasing is still like no one else's. It is impeccable. Couldn't always hear or understand what he was saying, but when you did, you knew that he was hammering home the verses in very often a powerful way, stretching out the vowels, taking... there is no one like him when it comes to musical phrasing. And that was sometimes, occasionally, when I wasn't bothered about my tired feet, when I wasn't pissed off about not being able to sit down, when I wasn't ticked off about the fact that you've got big, giant screens on the sides of the stage, and they didn't use them. So Dylan is really, really far away. It's a 10,000-seat hall in the open air, and Dylan barely even takes center stage anymore. You can't even tell, you literally could not tell which of the 6 or 7 band members on stage was Bob Dylan, even when he was the singer, because either he'd be perched at a keyboard on the side, or he wouldn't come up to the front of the stage. He'd like to sort of be with the band as part of the overall gestalt. So he'd be halfway upstage. And good luck seeing him. Now, if you had a camera on him, as most concerts do for the past 20 years, and suddenly, okay, you can look up on the screen and see him. It would take away some of that, disappointment. But here, you're just squinting. I can bring binoculars, trying to figure out who's singing what. I think he's wearing a hat. I think that much I made out. Oh, he's wearing a hat. That is him, isn't it? What's the guy next to him? Literally, the whole concert, that's what it was about. Figuring out who the hell was Bob Dylan on stage. It was also, they were going for mood. So there were these candles, and it was kind of a dimly lit stage to begin with. So, I don't know. But sound-wise, it wasn't too loud. It was mixed okay. And when you could hear the lyrics, as I said, it was great to hear him do them. And there were times when he was just as good as he can be at this stage of his life and music and career. And to see that, despite everything else, despite having to... Oh, hold on. I think my wife wants to chime in here. See, radio, you were on the air.
Where's Bobo?
Bobo, exactly. It wasn't Where's Waldo. It's like, well, there's some people that I'm looking at far, far away. One of them might be the most important living musical artist.
Oh, my Lord.
And one of them just might be playing accordion or something, It was, and that wasn't even the whole part. We still had to get down when the concert was over. Thanks, yeah. Thanks, Ben. But, it was a game of Where's Bobo. We stayed for the first, we stayed for the second act, we stayed for the encores, which he did, and then wait, because our friend at that point was having terrible back pain and knee problems, so he couldn't get the 1.5 miles down the hill that we had climbed up. So we were waiting there for about 45 minutes while our other friends took his car, which was parked 1.5 miles away, drove it through an incredible traffic jam back up to get us. It was close to midnight by the time we were able to finally get the hell out of Red Rocks, which, nonetheless, I do have to say, is quite a beautiful place to see. I mean, once that sun goes down, the moon, it was a full moon night, which was all the way on our right. There was lightning, but it was far away, so that kind of lit up the sky a couple of times. And then just a gorgeous scenery behind the stage. So if you couldn't see the stage, you didn't mind that much, because they're so beautiful to look at everywhere else. And if I had the money, if I were a rich man, I could spend $100 and something to see a concert and get an assigned seat within, say, the first 10 rows, I would totally go back to Red Rocks. I wouldn't do it under any other circumstances, though. And what I don't know. If Dylan is still playing in his 80s, depending on the venue and the cost of tickets, I might, oh my God, look who's here! It's unbelievable, because I'm talking about Bob Dylan, and the bane of this man's existence, when I was doing my Bob Dylan stuff. You want to sit down and talk?
Sure, just for a little bit.
Okay. Now, of course, this being UNC Radio, there's been tons of problems with equipment. So I'm going to put this man on mic, which you're all going to hear, but won't actually go into the recording. So that's a real weird issue that we have. This man that I'm talking to is Sam Wood.
What's up? How are you?
Sam was the guy who resuscitated this radio station way back when I first got here. You were, I guess, a sophomore when I came here.
Probably. Yeah.
And instead of concentrating on your studies and stupid stuff like that, you put all your energies and efforts into this radio station.
Yep.
And brought it back from almost nothing. They lost the transmitter. Nobody was... There were maybe 3 people on air. The equipment was going south. And you said, no, this is university. We need a radio station. And you took it upon yourself to build it back, brick by brick, make it part of the fabric of UNC. So, Sam Wood, I will always thank you and respect you for that.
Appreciate it.
How are you?
Good.
Are you still in the military?
Of course.
You're in the what? You're
Air Force.
Air Force. Because last I saw you were pumping gas into airplanes.
Yep.
Are you still doing that?
I still do that, but now I tell people to do that.
That's better.
Yeah.
That's good.
So I sit in an air-conditioned office, answering phones, and then...
direct people to
the aircraft.
How much more do you have in the military to do?
A lot. I've got a lot of stuff. Well...
No, how much more
years?
time do you have?
At least to 5 years. Yep.
I thought you just do 2 years and then you're done. I mean, isn't that the way it
different
works?
contracts that you do. So I signed a 6-year contract. So
Wait, 6 years, but you've been in there for 3 years already.
Nope.
Well,
I guess it's only 4 years then. So I just finished my second year. So
Finished your second year,
So I've
okay.
got 4 years left. Yep.
Wow. But you're in America. They've never sent you out of America.
Oh,
yet.
I've been to Spain.
What were you in Spain?
October.
I'm sorry, what?
I was in Spain in October.
No, but what were you doing there? Why did they send you to Spain?
Oh, same thing. Pumping fuel for aircraft.
Okay.
Yep.
Cool. Well, was it cool? Did you have fun in Spain?
Oh, yeah.
What did you do in Spain?
I went to different areas there. Sevilla.
Mm-hmm.
I cannot remember the town that we were right next to. It was like Marone. But
Okay.
Sevilla was the best.
Well, yeah.
We got to see a bullfighting arena and
a barbershop, I guess. Yeah.
Yep. And we didn't get a chance to, but the cathedral over there has Christopher Columbus buried in it.
Whoa, really?
Yeah, and the line to get into it was so.
Oh, that's right. He was Spanish.
Yep.
We think of him as Italian.
I
Wait a
know,
minute.
right?
Yeah, hold it. It was Queen Isabella gave him 3 boats, so Spain.
Yep.
But he was Italian. He went to Spain. Something like that. And he's buried in Spain.
Yep.
So did you get to see his grave?
I didn't get to because the line was so big. So we wanted to see a bunch of other stuff before because that was our only chance to really go to that town.
Sure.
So.
Whoa.
Yep.
So how long did they keep you in Spain?
I was there for 41 days.
So, oh, wow. So you should have seen a lot. Or were you just on the base the whole time?
Well, we were working the whole time. Yeah. And I
But
was night shift, so.
So, like, you have to get leave to go into the town. Otherwise, you're just base to work to base to work to base?
Not Air Force. We can just go out. As soon as our time ends, we can go off base.
Oh, so you could have done a whole bunch of stuff in Spain for a month and a half.
Don't have a car, though, so we had to borrow a car.
All right.
So.
What was the most fun thing you did in Spain?
There was one other town I went to. That's the one I cannot remember.
The one with all the horses.
Oh, Ronda. It was called Ronda.
Ronda?
Yep. Ronda.
Okay.
And that was really cool. It just had really pretty sights. It was big tourist.
Did you have trouble when you told your girlfriend that you got into Ronda?
Yep. Sometimes I do. Yeah.
Yeah, I imagine
I have to
so.
certify a lot.
Yeah, I imagine so.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. So now you're back. Where are you?
Still in Illinois.
Illinois? Okay.
Yep.
How far from Chicago?
5 hours.
By car. Not too bad. Okay. So, what's next? I mean, what level are you on?
I'm an E4, senior airman.
A senior airman.
Mm-hmm.
Whoo. How many stripes? Do you get stripes
3?
on your?
Yep.
Yeah. So what is it?
I have 3.
3. Woo. Does that? But they don't have like private corporal sergeant, or that's only the Army.
Well, we still have that. So my next stripe, I'll be a staff sergeant.
Whoa.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Are you a sergeant yet? Just not a staff sergeant, or
no.
Senior airman is just a thing.
Yep.
Okay. It's above private, obviously. Or you came in as a private? Is that what
I
they call
came in as like a private first class, I guess is what you
so that's
say.
over.
So I was an airman first class. So I came in as an E3.
E3, and now you're an
E4.
4. Okay, hey. All right, not too bad.
Mm-hmm.
Do you... But okay, getting sent to Spain is one thing.
Mm-hmm.
Getting sent to Syria is obviously another.
Yep.
Any worries, any intimations, or you figure, they'll just keep me here and then send me to a cool country for a month again?
Well, we deploy all the time, so it's a possibility that we could deploy. I mean, not to Syria, but...
Well, who knows? Or Iraq, or...
Air Force bases, they're usually not. Like, we don't have to be in an enemy territory, like, to fly. We can be in the countries surrounding it.
Oh, and then take off when you...
Yeah.
But again, you're not a fighter. You're just going to gas up.
Yep.
But do you think you'll be gassing up the planes for the next 4 years, or is there others... I mean, not you, but telling people to gas up the planes, or are they going to move you to do...
No, that's my job.
Okay.
That's my career field.
It's a job.
Yep.
Okay. What is that... I mean, it's funny. What would that prepare you for? I guess management. Mm-hmm. Or as opposed to pumping gas in a gas station, which would... I think you do more than that. You should be doing more than that.
Yeah, I take account for all the fuel. I'm basically an accountant right now.
Hey, that's not bad.
Yep.
That's a job anywhere when you get out.
Mm-hmm.
Not to mention, like, okay, you do your 6 years, and you decide not to stay. Maybe you'll decide to stay. But then what do you get for the rest of your life by having done those 6 years in the military?
It looks better on your resume, just having prior military service.
Sure. Yeah.
A lot of people like that. There's different education things that the military offers as well, like different benefits and stuff. do a lot of leadership classes that you can take. The big thing about the military is they provide a lot of education benefits. So right now, I can go to school for, I think they give me $4,500 a year to spend on school.
Okay.
So that's kind of nice. So
well, you already have an undergrad degree, though.
Yep.
So you're thinking of getting a master's?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I'm going to try to start my master's here shortly.
While still in the military?
Yep.
Interesting, okay.
Mm-hmm. The Air Force is really big about education, so they push it a lot.
Now, if you, God forbid, later in life, get a disease of some sort, like from when we were kissing before, are you a person who goes into a VA hospital, or are you not a veteran, or?
Yeah, I can. Well, right now, I would just go to any hospital that would take me because of my different insurance. But later on, once I retire or get out, I could go to a VA hospital.
So you could, and you would get, I mean, God forbid, at some point you will die. Mm-hmm. Did they come to your funeral and do a thing, or?
Yeah, so that's what I just got done doing. That was a prior service I just did, was honor guard, base honor guard. So the guys you see go out and fold the flag and stuff.
Yeah.
I just got done doing that.
You do that?
I did that for 2.5 months.
Oh, so it doesn't just pump you have to do that too.
It's just an extra thing you could do. You can sign up for.
Now, in other words, when you did that, the past times that you had to go to someone's funeral somewhere in America, they fly you over there, or was only in Illinois?
My base, we cover Illinois, parts of Wisconsin, parts of Missouri, parts of Kentucky, Tennessee, and parts of Indiana.
So long drives worth of...
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
And they... Well, no, your Air Force. I guess they put you on a plane.
No, we drive.
Oh.
It's cheaper.
Okay. But then you would go to this funeral, sit through the funeral, and do the folding of the flag and the lower... Did you carry...
Some of them. So if you retire from the Air Force, like 20 years, then we would carry it. We'd carry the casket. We'd also do a firing party.
Whoa.
As well.
The Air Force holds the rifles and goes pa-boom, pa-boom? Mm-hmm. Cool.
Yep.
Did you ever do that thing where you have to crawl and they're firing what they say are rubber bullets, but it's actually live ammo over your head? Did you have to do that during basic?
No.
Oh, they didn't do that to you?
Mm-mm.
Did they do the tear gas thing where you have to come... Why do they do that?
Just to prep... Okay, so we wear chem gear. That's all it is. They're just teaching us how to use the gas mask and stuff like that. Because we always have exercises like that, so... So
you run into a room that's filled with horrible gas and you... put on, like a room I just had bologna in. And
right.
You have to get that gas mask on really quick.
Yep.
And then run out and screaming, tearing, but get the gas mask on and you're okay.
So we go in with everything on, and then they make us do like jumping jacks or something to get our heart rate up and our breathing up. And then they tell us to take it off. And then they tell us to say something like the Pledge of Allegiance or something just to try to talk, Yeah. And then... of course, you can't do it. So then they tell you to get out. So they just want you to feel the effects of it.
Why?
Just training.
I mean, the whole point is to have the mask on you. If you're feeling the mask, you're screwed anyway.
Yeah.
Well, Saddam Hussein isn't there anymore, but if whoever is running the Arab country decides to use gas, it won't be... it'll be a little more toxic than what they used.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know. So what's been the best part of being in the military so far?
Probably traveling.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
I get it.
Yeah.
Although, you kind of wish that you'd been to more places than Spain. But again, good places.
Still early in my career, though, too.
Well, 2 years, you're a third of the way through. Assuming you want to.
Right. But, I mean, that's just one place. I mean, I've been all across America doing different things, too. So.
Ah.
Yep.
Cool beans. Okay. Mm-hmm. Cool. So what are you doing about... Well, your parents are in Greeley or in Colorado, wherever they're...
Yep.
Yeah. So how long are you in town for?
Just until the end of the Stampede.
You were helping, you're working at the Stampede?
Yep.
What you doing?
The DJ stuff, providing music for the special parties that they have.
Are you connected to us at UNC Radio, or just
I take the equipment, yeah.
Okay, cool. Got it.
Yep.
Oh, man. How's you still, I mean, you used to have a succession of girlfriends. You've had one for a while, or is that still,
yeah? Still the same one.
Okay. Are you going to put a ring on that?
I don't know yet.
Okay.
It'll probably be a while until we get settled.
Especially not while you're still in the military.
Yeah, she just graduated here from UNC, and then she's getting her master's in Indiana. So.
Oh, far out. Well, close enough that you can probably visit her
if
you're in Illinois.
Yeah, it's only 3 hours away now. as opposed to the 14 hours.
Makes a little difference.
Yep.
That's good.
Yep.
That's good. So what else is new, Sam Wood, by the way? Or isn't that enough? Yeah.
Yeah. That's pretty much it.
So you've had all this stuff in your life. I'm like, well, I'm doing this radio show.
Yeah.
You know, I'm
Yeah.
still here in Colorado. I teach English. I do, I did my stage show. That's what I've been.
Yeah.
Nothing much to report on my end. You've been, I went to Spain. I did this. I saw Christopher Columbus almost.
Yep.
Oh, well.
It happens.
Well, it is good to see you, man.
Yeah, good to see
you.
you
Are you
too.
going to be helping us at all with the radio station since you're here, or you don't give a crap anymore?
They haven't asked me, so until
I'm asking you.
I don't know how to work this box. That's way above my level.
Oh, this thing?
Yeah.
Oh,
the whole.
Yeah. I thought it was pointing to our sound machine. See, everything's broken. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's just a wiring thing that there are other issues that they're having. It's gone a bit downhill the past couple of years. They've had some issues here.
I wonder why.
Well, because you chose to have a group think rather than appoint a successor.
Yep.
Why'd you do that? Why did you do that?
Well, that was just for the first semester, and then as soon as I was gone, it was all up to them. So
I know.
I just did it for that first semester because it just made sense. I had a few people. I didn't want to do a whole new election for a semester. Yeah.
Well, I just think it didn't quite pan out. Or we had good people who were good for a while, but university eats people up. They've got other stuff to do.
Yep.
So.
Yep. Grades come first. I was the only one that didn't follow that rule.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, but you did graduate.
Yep.
Did you go here for like 7 years?
6.
6 years.
Yep.
So you were super senior, I think they called you.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you are a super person, and I'm very glad
appreciate it.
to see you. Are you going to be hanging, grabbing your equipment, or you're hanging
Yeah,
out?
I got to figure out some stuff here real quick.
Cool. So. Well, I'll get back to doing my show here.
Yeah, your Bob Dylan stuff.
Yes, I'm going to blast it so you can see. Let me.
I can still figure out how to turn you off. I'm pretty sure I still have the combination.
Oh, you've turned me off from the very beginning. No. What happened was I used to be the programming director here when we didn't know we had to get music on when live DJs weren't doing shows. So I've got to load music back in I was using CDs for crying out loud, loading music onto this machine and trying to code it and have it come up properly. And since I love Dylan, the first thing I started with was all my Dylan stuff. And then I was going to keep adding and have other students add too. But for the first few weeks, almost every third song was a Bob Dylan song because that's what I had time to load up first. And then, if you had let me keep going, or if the machine hadn't kept crashing.
That was a big problem,
and losing all my work,
yep.
Eventually you might hear one Dylan song every 2 hours. Eventually we've gotten to that point.
Yep.
But, I get there and it'd be like one Dylan song every half hour, and then there's more stuff to load, and then I'd come in, or something would happen, and all that hours of work would be lost to hell, and I have to start over again, song by song. Now, of course, there's probably I could take a friggin' flash drive and go, boop, and take 12,000 songs,
and load it on,
and
huh.
we wanted to blow each other's brains out at that point.
Yep. Yeah, I got sick of hearing your music because that's all we had, and then it crashed, and then that I felt bad for you.
Oh yeah, that
was terrible.
Yeah, as well you should have. But anyway, it's great to see you. Look great, by the way. Love
Thanks.
Your hair is longer than I thought it could be. It's still fuzzy short.
Yep.
But is that an okay, or do you have to shave it when you go back in?
Nope, it's fine right now.
Can you wear a mustache?
I can. That's been regulations, but I don't want to look like a pedophile. Because they all look. Because the way it looks, you have to. You look weird.
It doesn't have to be a 1970s porn stash. It can just be a no.
It looks weird when people have it. So.
Oh, okay. So you look great. You feel great. Everything's been good.
Yep.
Your folks are doing well.
Oh yeah.
Good to see you, Sam Wood.
Good to see you too.
In honor of Sam Wood, let's start our actual Bob Dylan Sooner and Later segment based on the songs that he played when he was in Red Rocks last weekend that I did get to see. One of the songs that really did work with his phrasing, even though his voice sounds like this now, from the 2012 album Tempest. This song makes Positively 4th Street sound like a Valentine. This is some nasty stuff. It's Pay in Blood from Bob Dylan. Let's do that.
be sure nothing more wretched than what I must endure. I'm drenched to the light that shines from the sun. I could stone you to death for the wrongs that you done. Sooner or later, you'll make a mistake. I put you in a chain that you never would break. Legs and arms and body and bone, I pay in blood, but not my own. Night after night, day after day, they strip your useless hopes away. The more I take, the more I give, the more I die, the more I live. I got something in my pocket, make your eyeballs swim. I got dogs could tear you limb from limb. I'm circling around the southern zone. I pay blood, but not my own. Low cards I would have got, but I'll play this hand whether I like it or not. I'm sworn to uphold the laws of God. You can't put me out in front of a firing squad. I've been out and around with the riding men, just like you, my handsome friend. My head so hard, must be made of stone. I pay blood, but not my own. Another politician pumping out the piss. Another ragged beggar blowing you a kiss. You've got the same eyes that your mother does. If only you could prove who your father was. Someone must have slipped a drug in your wine. You gumped it down and you crossed the line. Man can't live by bread alone. I'm paying blood, but not my own. I made it back home, nobody knows. Oh, how I survived so many blows. I've been through hell, what good did it do? You bastard, I'm supposed to respect you. I'll give you justice, I'll fatten you first. Show me your moral virtue first. Hear me holler, hear me move. I'm paying blood, but not my own. You bitch your lover in the bed. Come here, I'll break your lousy head. Our nation must be saved and freed. You've been accused of murder. How do you plead? This is how I spend my days. I came to bury, not to praise. I'll drink my fill and sleep alone. I pay in blood, but not my own.
in bed. Wondered if she changed it all, and her hair was still red. The folks they said that their lives together, I sure was gonna be rough. Every night Mama said me grace, Mama Spangled wasn't believing her. He was standing on the side of the road in the rain for my shoes, and a laugh at the East Coast radio blasting off the news out the right straight through. Tangled up in blue. Married at first month. She was a little bit divorced. Well, he helped her out of the job on good, but he used a little too much force. They drove that car just as fast as they could, abandoned it way out west, spinning them on an oxen bed. Somewhere in the wilderness, he turned around and looked at her as she was walking away, saying over her shoulder, gonna meet again someday. Stepping on the avenue, tangled up in blue. She got a dinner on the stove, she swept away the dust. Looked like someone that I used to know, she said. Someone that I used to trust. And she opened up a book of words, and she said, tell me just so you know, memorize these lines and remember these rhymes. When you're out there walking to and fro, never one of them words may turn the road like burning gold. On the hood of the page, like it was written in my soul. But maybe you tangled up in blue. Somehow, yesterday's little gone, and tomorrow might tell me now. Some of them went on the mountain, some of them down on the ground, some of the names with the flames, and some of them out, they just left town. I'm selling the road, I'm trying to stay out of the joint. We always have the same, depending on your point of view. Tangled up in blue.
Live
you.
Dylan there in the neighborhood, tangled up in
Come
blue.
off the stage with us together. We won't be gone
With
long.
one more song from one of the new albums.
What'll I do when you are far away and I am blue? What'll I do? What'll I do when I am wondering who is kissing you? What'll I do? What'll I do with just a photograph to tell my troubles to? When I'm alone with only dreams of you that won't come true, what'll I do? What'll I do with just a photograph to tell my troubles to? When I'm alone with only dreams of you that won't come true, what'll I do?
That late-night melancholy mood, courtesy of Bob Dylan from the album Shadows in the Night. It's his second-to-last recent album. He just put out Falling Angels a couple of months ago, but both Falling Angels and Shadows in the Night are in that Sinatra homage mode of not doing big band Sinatra, but being very kind of country western late-night-ish Sinatra. And what is interesting is he can still, you hear a song like that, obviously his voice is not wonderful, but it still has tone, it still has voice to it. Meanwhile, right before that, we played a live version of Tangled Up in Blue that I got off the interwebs, thank you YouTube, from a concert back in Paris last October. And that was one of the highlights of the set. And it sounded really just the same as it did in Red Rocks. And one of the cool things about this Tangled Up in Blue was he abridged it, and also some of the lyrics are different, of course, from the ones that we've grown up with. It's a song that he's done in concert for many, many years. It's one of his big go-to concert songs, one of his most popular numbers in, post-1960s. And one that I remember last time we saw Bob Dylan live a decade or so ago, more than that. It was the one that the young girls got up and started dancing in the aisles to. They didn't do it to really any other song, but Tangled Up in Blue, they were dancing. Well, now, it's great to hear him still do it. It's still got a kick. It's not really danceable anymore, but I love that he changed some of the lyrics. And it blew my mind when I heard this line in concert. And you hear it in this version that he did in Paris. Instead of the old lyrics of, now I'm going back again, I got to get to her somehow, all the people we used to know are an illusion to me now. Some are mathematicians, some are carpenters' wives, don't know how it all got started, don't know what they do with their lives, blah, 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 blah. That was the original that I memorized back in junior high school when I was discovering Bob Dylan for the first time. Now check out the way he changed that last lyric there. Now I'm going on back again, I got to get to them somehow. Yesterday is dead and gone, tomorrow might as well be now. Isn't that incredible? Yesterday is dead and gone, tomorrow might as well be now. I get goosebumps just saying it. Some of them went on the mountain, some of them down on the ground, some of their names are written in flames, and some of them, well, they just left town. Whoa! Yeah, if you think Bob Dylan can't write anymore, then you're off your nut, because that's just friggin' awesome. And so, yeah, Tangled Up in Blue was a highlight at the concert. So we played his version, the recent-y version of Tangled Up in Blue from a live Paris concert that he did back in October. And then Pay in Blood, going to the 2012 Tempest album. And as I said, that's the interesting thing. You hear him do both that live Tangled Up in Blue and Pay in Blood, and his voice just sounds like, it's like Harvey Fierstein gargling with fire is basically all the tone that you get out of his voice. And yet you hear What'll I Do from Shadows in the Night, which is around the same time of 2014-15. And he still does have voice when he wants to find it, if he's crooning. So it's a little bit odd. But as I said, ultimately, despite all the difficulty and all the annoyance and all the disappointing stuff, kind of glad I got to see Dylan once again. He probably played a couple too many songs from the two recent albums. Can't blame him for that. But, I think 3 or 4 would have been perfect. 6 or 7, a little too many. I think we all wanted to hear, obviously, more older stuff. He did Love Minus Zero No Limit. He did in the encores, Blowing in the Wind. Not a particularly special version, but good to hear that one again. A song that is my age, come to think of it. Song he must have written in 62, 63, and here he is, still doing it, and that's kind of neat. So, Bob Dylan, sooner and later, here in the neighborhood on Dave's Gone By, where it is 12:43 in the afternoon, Mountain Time. Here at UNC, the University of Northern Colorado, Dave Lefkowitz doing the 563rd episode of Dave's Gone By. Want to thank Sam Wood for stopping in. And when we were off mic, I just begged him to come by and fix some of the problems the radio station's having and talk to the people here who are running the station who could use some help over the next couple of weeks setting up for the fall semester. Also, a big thank you to Brion Humphrey, the writer who was with us for the first part. Excuse me. Oh, not the throat thing again. With us for the first part of the show. He is now an official friend of the neighborhood. Those are people who've been on the program, excuse me, in months and years past. So we're proud to have had them on guests on the show, and we like to keep tabs on them. We like to let you know what they've been up to in their lives, because we had the good taste to have them on our program in the first place. And so moving to the Friends of the Neighborhood for this week, this Saturday, June 25th, 2016, I want to let you know that this summer at the Midtown International Theater Festival, our friend of the neighborhood, Charlie Bloom, is getting a production of his musical Insomnia. That is being done. I'm not sure if he's involved with it or if it's just there's a theater company that is doing this show that he worked on. But huge congratulations to him on that. I wish there were another word to use besides condolences, but let's call it best wishes going out to our theater critic friend Elizabeth Vincentelli of the New York Post. She's been the head critic of the New York Post, one of the major dailies in Manhattan, for a good decade or so now. And, well, newspapers, as I say in my own play, The Miracle of Long Johns, they are dinosaurs. They're ancient now, and they've got no money now. So, she has been, I guess the word would be laid off. I don't know if she's been golden parachuted, but she's not going to be the chief theater critic of the New York Post anymore. Kind of sad. She was always very, a very approachable, very populist, very honest, very simple to understand critic of theater, of her views. She was reviewing most Broadway shows. They're not even going to do that anymore. It's not like she's being replaced. Not like the New York Post cares. And they should, because Michael Riedel's theater column in the Post is the one column that is read by everyone in the theater industry, like it or not. He helped revamp the idea of theater journalism, taking not theater criticism, but theater gossip and melding it with theater fact and following the money that made him his own brand. And he wrote a book last year, and so he is one of the big entertainment columnists in New York, thanks to his hub at the New York Post. It was a little scary a year ago or so when he cut his columns down to one. Turned out that was just because he was busy working on his book. But I don't know, it's just, to not have a full-time regular theater critic for a major daily in New York, what have we come to? So, yeah, condolences would be the word to Elizabeth Vincentelli. And hey, Elizabeth, if you want to write for Total Theater, happy to have you anytime. Can't pay you, but if you want to volunteer, love to have you. And we thank her, by the way, for appearing on our Tony shows for the past couple of years. Big feather in our cap to have her, and I hope she lands somewhere where her talents will be again appreciated. Okay, speaking of theater, more friends of the neighborhood information and stuff. For example, if you happen to be in Seattle, Washington, this is your last weekend to catch Robert Cuccioli in the Fifth Avenue Theater production of Paint Your Wagon. If you're in New York, Eleanor Risa is directing and starring in God of Vengeance, the old Shalom Ash Yiddish play, for new Yiddish repertory at the 14th Street Y. That is happening just this weekend, so you probably want to run and catch that. Speaking of Jewish things, Fiddler on the Roof, of course, on Broadway. We talked about it before. That's got lyrics by our friend Sheldon Harnick. That stars our friend Danny Burston, and it's at the Broadway Theater on Broadway. The Waitress, we mentioned that musical briefly before. That's looking to be a hit over at the Brooks Atkinson Theater, and in a supporting role features our friend of the neighborhood, Dakin Matthews. Also, Aladdin on Broadway. That is a big old hit, featuring music by Alan Menken at the New Amsterdam Theater. Want to give a shout out to our pal Andrew Goffman, The Accidental Pervert, now in its 8th season off Broadway. Want to remind you to check out StageBuddy.com for stuff that you might want to do in Manhattan, be it go to a show or a comedy club or a movie. It's a really cool website set up by our friend Evan Seplow, and he's been revising it and making it better and making it more useful on cell phones and portable devices. So check out StageBuddy.com. That is also a place where you can listen to the archives of Dave's Gone By. You can, obviously our archives are listenable at davesgoneby.com, but Evan was kind enough to also put the archives on his website so you can see them there as well. StageBuddy.com. Speaking of theater, Jeff Myrie, read his reviews and interviews for NewYorkTheaterGuide.com. Simon Saltzman, our pal in the neighborhood who's been on a bunch of our Tony shows. He writes reviews of New Jersey theater for CurtainUp.com. Eva Heineman, of course, our pal. She's doing her theater review program High Drama on Manhattan Cable TV through Manhattan Neighborhood Network, as are Charlie Gross and Leslie Hoban Blake. They do their show, Two on the Aisle, every other Thursday night at 10 Eastern Time, streamable at mnn.org, but also they've been posting the full episodes on YouTube, so you can watch them there anytime. Dr. Demento is doing new Dr. Demento shows every week. Still doing them. Plus, speaking of archives, he's got radio archives of his show going all the way back to 1974, before it was even syndicated. They're all at his website, and, there's a small fee to stream them and listen to them. But hey, Dr. Demento still doing his thing. Not only that, he posted on Facebook and said, we were talking earlier during our first Saturday segue about the whole Led Zeppelin versus Spirit lawsuit that Led Zeppelin won. And Demento said that he had been subpoenaed. He was going to be interviewed or paneled, whatever they call it, as part of the court case because he had, I think he had something to do with Spirit, the band, or he was playing the song on the radio when it first came out, or something like that. He was back in the late 60s. He was in the thick of things somehow. I forgot what he actually wrote on the on his Facebook posting, but he was not called for the trial. The judge had a limited time frame that he was allowing experts to be interviewed, and they never got to Dr. Demento. But it was kind of cool. That would be neat to be on a jury and have Dr. Demento up there testifying about whether a song was stolen or not. But anyway, drdemento.com for all those archives. Oscar Brand still doing the Folk Song Festival every Saturday night on WNYC AM, and that is streamable at WNYC's website. And finally, a shout out to our best buddy Bob Cudmore, who does podcasts about upstate New York history at his website, bobcudmore.com. Cudmore. And we have just some MORE stuff to do in the neighborhood this week. Our 563rd episode of the Dave's Gone By radio program. I promised you another Saturday segue. It's going to be a little musical, but also quite a bit comical, because it is dedicated to one of the all-time greats of comedy. And forgive me for not looking this up before. I forgot to note it down. But a couple of years ago, we had Carl Reiner on in the neighborhood. It was fantastic. It was so wonderful to talk to. Well, Carl Reiner, he's still around, and his best buddy, his closest friend, is a fellow named Mel Brooks, or born Melvin Kaminsky, June 28th, 1926, in Brooklyn, New York. That means that on June 28th, yes, 1926, which means that this week, let's see, today's the 25th, on Tuesday, Mel Brooks turns 90 years old. Yay, yay. He is a widower. I'd forgotten he was married twice. He was married to Florence Baum in the 1950s, and then, of course, he and Anne Bancroft were together for a couple of decades. And so, he gets together with Carl Reiner a couple of times a week. They do dinner, they hang and reminisce and do what funny people do, which is be funny. So I don't have to tell you who Mel Brooks is. You know Young Frankenstein. You know History of the World Part 2, Spaceballs. You know, a movie and a musical called The Producers. So let's pay some tribute to the very, very great Mel Brooks, still with us. I wish I should try and get him on the show. I don't know if he would, but I really should try. Anyway, here's just some of the musical and the comical genius of Mr. Brooks on Dave's Gone By.
It's me. 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 And who are you? Why, I'm Elizabeth Benning, Dr. Frankenstein's adorable madcap fiancé. I'm sure he's spoken of me day and night.
Never. Well, let me warn you. Dr. Frankenstein may not be entirely happy with the surprise.
Au contraire. Everybody loves to get a surprise. Life can be so dull without a surprise. When your spirit's dragging and you're oh so blue, it all can change if the fates arrange a nice surprise for you. All the world enjoys a lovely surprise. Life's a chore, a bore without a surprise. When everything seems hopeless, then you realize there's nothing like a wonderful surprise. Allow me to present my entourage. I never travel without them. Marsha nails, Sasha makeup, Tasha hair, Barsha wardrobe, and Bob, my astrologer.
Everybody loves to get a surprise.
Everybody loves a little surprise.
No one could refuse a little surprise.
Protestants and Jews all love a surprise.
When you're melancholy,
oh boo-hoo-hoo,
and you start to cry,
don't you cry.
It's a nice surprise. Will dry your eyes and troubles go bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Some folks don't appreciate a surprise.
No one could refuse a teeny-weeny surprise.
Especially if they're naked when they're surprised.
Everyone could use a lovely surprise.
If you know what's doing,
a surprise is
here's
brewing.
what we advise. Never bother people with a surprise.
Ready, are you ready for a simply stunning surprise? It's me.
Everybody loves to get a surprise.
Some folks don't appreciate being surprised.
Without a surprise.
Especially if they're naked when they're
When
surprised.
your spirit's
Stop your dragon.
and you're also
Don't be blue. Here's a nice surprise for you.
all the world enjoys a lovely surprise.
Embrace the unexpected and let the fates devise a stunning, cunning, wonderful Frederick!
Elizabeth!
Scheiße.
From Young Frankenstein, the musical.
Have you ever heard a Mel Brooks song? With the bing, and the bang, and the all-offensive slang. Have you ever heard a Mel Brooks song? With the guilt, and the fault, and the Jewish Gewalt. Stephen Sondheim is wordy and too bloody. It don't mean a thing if it doesn't insult everybody. Have you ever heard a Mel Brooks song? With the slur, and the slap, and the sting. Mel Brooks lyrics insult you in a flawed way. The only guy who's sicker is that dummy, crummy, stupid guy who writes Forbidden Broadway. Shoot him! Big key change. Have you ever heard a Mel Brooks song with a trend to offend everyone? It's the only kind of insults that will leave you applauding when it's done. Hit with Hitler.
One in the afternoon.
Years ago, you told me that you owned a shop that made Jewish stars. Have you ever owned any other shop but that?
Absolutely. I owned my own store.
Where?
In Madrid.
What was it?
A darling little hat shop. Yes.
What did you call it?
Yarmulkes Galore. Yes, sold yarmulkes, all sizes, all types.
By the way, how did the custom come of wearing a yarmulke in a synagogue? Was it in respect for the Lord that we covered the head?
No, it actually came because of vanity. We had a rabbi in Madrid, had a little male patron baldness. And he was a little ashamed that the ladies were seeing the white spot. So he cut out a little black cloth and he put it on. And the other members of the shul said, I want to be with it. I want to be hip. So they cut out a little thing and put it on, and it caught on. The minute I saw it, yarmulkes galore.
So the yarmulke was not a religious thing. I mean,
no.
What about the thing Yasser Arafat wears? What is that called? That's
a dish towel.
A dish towel. Yeah. It's not has no religious significance.
No.
And how long did you have that store in Madrid?
Oh, that store went on for years and years, and then came the crash, and we were.
The crash. There was no stock market then.
No, not the stock market. The Spanish Inquisition.
Oh.
That was some crash.
What a place to have a yarmulke store.
In one day, they destroyed 10,000 yarmulkes. Not to mention the Jews that were under them. Terrible. Bad for them, bad for me.
Sir,
we all suffered.
Sir, now that you bring up the Inquisition, you've lived a long time. In your lifetime, you must have made some accommodations to stay alive. Have you ever had to deny your religion?
Did they turn off the air conditioner? What is it?
No, the air conditioning is on.
Suddenly warm. Don't you think it's warm?
No, it's not. Did you, sir?
It's a little warm.
Did you, sir?
Did what? What?
Did you deny your religion?
What do you mean deny?
Well,
deny.
Did you recant your faith?
What do you mean by recant?
Recant. Changing your faith.
Well, what do you mean by your?
Sir, it's obvious to me. It's very obvious to me that you don't want to answer this question.
Well, sooner or later, Mr. Truth, they're going to chase me in a corner just like the Spanish Inquisition did. They arrested me. They brought me in.
Who are they?
The inquisitors, the grand inquisitor, the petty inquisitor, all the inquisitors.
Yes.
They pulled me in, and they said, "Do you deny you're a Jew?" And I said, "Is the air conditioning on?" I said, I think I said the same thing that I said.
You tried to skirt it.
I tried to skirt it, you know.
Yes.
And they said, "Will you recant your faith?"
And what did you do?
I was thinking it over, and they came over with a red-hot poker.
Yes, what were they going to do
And
with
he
that?
said, unless you say that you want to be a Christian and not a Jew anymore, we are going to shove this up your ass.
And what did you do?
Well, it was an incentive, you know.
And you recanted?
Nah. No. I went the other way. I stood up and I began screaming, "Shove it up my ass! Get another guy with another red-hot poker. He should shove it down my mouth and meet in the middle, make a rotisserie Jew. I'm not afraid of you. Go ahead, stick it in my ear, stick it through my brains. Kill me. I only want to die." There was silence.
And what did they say?
And the Grand Inquisitor said, "This is some crazy Jew. If we'll convert this Jew, we'll have a crazy Christian.
That's right.
Better he should be a Jew. Laws him gay."
Let him go. Let him
so
go.
he let me go. That's how I got out of it.
Very good, sir. I'm glad you didn't recant.
Has the jury reached a verdict?
We have, Your Honor.
How does the jury find?
We find the defendants incredibly guilty.
Do the defendants have anything to say in their behalf before the court pronounces sentence?
May I humbly add, Your Honor, that we've learned our lesson and that we'll never do it again.
1, 2, 3, 4.
These lilies above, blue skies above, can keep our hearts in check.
Now, come on, guys.
Let's put a little life in it.
You now own 20% of Prisoners of Love. Congratulations. Yes, sir. You now own 30% of Prisoners of Love. Congratulations. Yes, sir.
The warden would like to make a little investment in your production.
Tell him he owns 50% of the show.
Thanks.
My pleasure.
Sing it out, men. We open in Leavenworth on Saturday night.
Prisoners of love, blue skies above, can't keep our hearts in jail. Prisoners of love, our turtle doves, soon coming round with mail. Or you can lock us up and lose the key, but hearts in love are always free. Prisoners of love, blue skies above, 'cause we're still prisoners of love. Or you can lock us up and lose the key, but hearts in love will always be. Prisoners of love, blue skies above, 'cause we're still prisoners, we're still prisoners, we're still prisoners of love.
Anybody who's seen that movie a million times knows the ending of that movie right down to the very last note, right down to that rectangular framed picture of Zero Mostel in full zero-ness at the very end of The Producers, the great Mel Brooks film. It was kind of the one thing I disagreed with Jack Viertel about his wonderful book on the construction of Broadway musicals, how classic old-style Broadway musicals were built from first song to last, and everything in between. I was saying how The Producers the musical was so much better than The Producers the movie, and it's like, no, Producers the musical was very fun. It was sometimes brilliant, and it was amazing that it wasn't even a disaster, considering all the things that could have gone wrong in adapting a cult classic like The Producers for Broadway. But no. There's something untouchable about The Producers film. And so we celebrate that. We celebrate the work of Mel Brooks, who turns 90 years old on Tuesday. Melvin Kaminsky, born June 28th, 1926, got to start really doing your show of shows. Worked a little bit on Broadway, writing for Broadway, but didn't have much success there. But then, pretty much, for a while, everything he touched. Blazing Saddles, Producers, of course, and then Young Frankenstein, as well as Silent Movie. He also he was involved with Get Smart, the TV show. I forgot about that. He co-created that with Buck Henry. He also did High Anxiety and Robin Hood Men in Tights. He is a winner. He is a member of the EGOT Club. Since over his career, he's gotten an Emmy, a Grammy, an Oscar, and a Tony. So congratulations to that. He's gotten a Lifetime Achievement from the Kennedy Center. I mean, he's Mel Brooks. He's just absolutely been a gift to American comedy for many, many years. And so to honor his upcoming birthday this week, we played from Young Frankenstein, the 2007 Broadway musical, Surprise, featuring Andrea Martin and Megan Mullally, followed by a song about Mel Brooks from Forbidden Broadway called Das Mel Brooks Song. That was Forbidden Broadway Volume 8, put together by Gerard Alessandrini, who name-checks himself in the number. And by the way, Alessandrini, our friend of the neighborhood, is kind of busy because he's putting together a whole spoof musical of Hamilton, and he's calling it Spamilton. Swear to God, it's going to be off Broadway for several weeks towards the late summer. You're going to want to check that out. I'll give you more information as that comes closer to opening. And then we heard from the 2,000-year-old man in the year 2000, Mel Brooks and our friend Carl Reiner doing Yarmulkes, Galore, and the Inquisition. And you can imagine that was released just sort of post the Clinton years. So all that talk about what does is mean, what does are the word "are" mean. It means less now, but back then everybody would have gotten that joke. It was the way that Bill Clinton was trying to parse his speech when they were asking him questions about Monica Lewinsky. So that was the joke there. Anyway, we heard that, and then finally the courtroom scene and Prisoners of Love from the 1968 film soundtrack to producers. Happy birthday, Mel Kaminsky, from all of us here in the neighborhood on Dave's Gone By, where it is 1:11 in the afternoon, Mountain Time. Gonna let you know that it's actually kind of a nice day, a little warmish still for my taste. It's partly cloudy, going up to a high of 86 degrees. We're almost there already. Low in the upper 50s. And then tomorrow, a lot of sunshine, 90 degrees for a high. You're going to get borderline uncomfortable there. And then Monday, still staying in the 90s, although the clouds move back in. And we could see some rain and maybe thunderstorms on Tuesday, still staying with those high temperatures, high of 93 degrees. We really, the biggest break we get is when it dips back into the upper 80s on Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, with later in the week more chances of rain again. As a matter of fact, we're probably going to get some showers or thunder showers on Thursday and Friday. But the point is, today, really sort of the nicest day of the week, although we'll get a lot of sunshine and hot temperatures. 86 for a high. And as I said, tomorrow just gets warmer and even sunnier. Hey, it's summer in northern Colorado. What can you do? I know what I can do is spend my Saturday mornings and early afternoons here in the seat of the neighborhood. Thanking you all so much for listening. Thanking my wonderful and amazing and funny wife, Joyce, for spending the first hour or so with us. And, of course, Brion Humphrey, the author of Sense Memory, sharing the first part of the program with us. Do check out his book and his other activities. And, of course, going to wish him much success in his pursuit of the master's here at UNC in theater education. He believe me, he could teach all the people who are teaching him a thing or two at this point with his experience. But there's always new stuff to learn. So I think it's great that he's going forward with that. Who else do I thank? I want to thank Sam Wood for stopping in, our former general manager, and a man who really, I don't think I would be sitting in this chair doing this program here today had it not been for the efforts of Sam Wood on behalf of UNCRadio.com. Speaking of websites, go to davesgoneby.com, DAVESGONEBY.com, to hear all our older episodes in the archive section. There's some photos up there. What else? And as I said, we're revising the website, but that's going to take a couple more weeks. And it'll be great when it's finished. But for now, all the stuff that you need is still there at davesgoneby.com. Email me, davesgoneby@AOL.com is the way to do that. And also check out my Facebook page, Radio Dave Lefkowitz. We didn't say hi or hear from Rabbi Sol Solomon this week, which is kind of odd. Seems a little weird without him. Kind of miss him. If you do, check out his website, shalomdammit.com, shalomdammit.com. And just letting you know that in the weeks ahead, one of our guests is going to be the writer, director, and actor, James Lacine. He was known about 2 decades ago for doing a solo show called Word of Mouth that got some awards and did really well. And now he's got another one, The Absolute Brightness of Leonard Pelkey, that got terrific reviews off Broadway and is going to be coming to, let's see if I have that. It's coming to the Bay Street Theater on Long Island in mid-July. So not next week, but in a week or two after that, we'll have James Lacine in the neighborhood talking about his writing and his work and his life. So not sure who our guest is going to be next week or if we'll even have a guest, but I expect to be here for our special patriotic July 4th-ish show, although I think it's July 2nd that we'll be here. Whatever. we're in the neighborhood. It'll be our 564th episode of the Dave's Gone By radio program, welcoming in the new month with a song by the Decemberists from their Castaways and Cutouts album. Hasn't been a bad June, but looking forward to the next month, July, and Gone By.
There is a road that meets the road that goes to my house, and how the green grows there. And we got special boots that beat the path to my house, and it's careful when I'm there. Now say your uncle was a crooked French Canadian, and he was gut shot running gin. And how his guts were all suspended in his fingers, and how he held them in. And the water rolls down the drain. The water rolls down the drain. Oh, what a lovely thing. In a lovely drain. July, it never seems so strange. July, it never seems so strange. This is the story of the road that goes to my house, and what ghosts there do remain. And all the troughs that run the length and breadth of my house, and the chickens, how they rattle chicken chains. And we'll remember this when we are old and ancient, though the specifics might be vague. And I'll say your camisole was a sprightly like Jenna, when in fact it was a nappy bluish gray. And the water rolls down the drain. The blood rolls down the drain. July, it never seems so strange. July, it never seems so strange. It never seems so strange. It never seems so strange. It never seems so strange.